Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pocono Downs at Mohegan, Pennsylvania. At this time, I'd ask you to please rise, those who are able, for the national anthem. The colors are being presented today by the FSB Initiative, Veterans Promise, and local veterans.
The horses have reached the back stretch. And they are underway.
Can you make that louder, Dave? Yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pocono Downs at Mohegan, Pennsylvania for Sun Stakes Saturday, a 14-race card, millions on the line. First, I want to tell you about the weather. 76 degrees, mostly cloudy, just a slight chance of precipitation today. A fast track for a 14-race card with winds out of the south at 5 miles per hour. At the moment, there's just one change on the card. Race number 5, scratch number 8, Conversano out sick. Scratch 8, Conversano out sick from race 5. The moment that's the only change. Any further we get, we'll be passing those along to you. It's Dandy Ideal trying to hold Rick Wick. Dandy Ideal has enough. Super Chapter still coming. Emoticon Legacy and Super Chapter. It's tight. It's Super Chapter barely for Dexter Dunn in the Beal. Mickey and Minnie takes over at the very end. Mickey and Minnie. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pocono Downs at Mohegan, Pennsylvania. Welcome to First Call, where we get you set for the day's racing action. What a special day of racing we have. Sun Stakes Saturday, our biggest day of racing every year here at Pocono. The stars are all out, and that includes my co-hosts, once again, Jessica Otten joining us here, Mike Bozich from Harrah's at Philadelphia, my counterpart there, track announcer there. Glad to have you both with us. Let's start with Jess. Jess, big day of racing. What are you most looking forward to here today?
Well, first and foremost, this is one of my favorite days of the year, especially when it doesn't rain. It looks like we're going to be in the clear for that, and it's not overly hot either. So I look forward to this day each and every year, and the card from top to bottom is phenomenal. But I would be remiss if I didn't say the 3-year-old colt pace. Like, this could be the only race all year that they're here together and going to face off. You've got the winner of the Adios, the Meadowlands Pace, the Milstein, the North America Cup, the Kane Pace winner. They're going to face off today, and that could be the only race all year that we see them all face off.
It should be amazing. And Mike, she stole your thunder. I knew that's what you were going to talk about. What else are you looking forward to on the card today, Mike?
Well, I'll tell you what, not only is it a great card, but 14 races top to bottom. This is a bettor's delight here today because even in the big 4 races, there is not a standout. I think all 4 of those are very competitive. It's going to be a great racing day. As Jessica said, the rain looks to be holding off, which is a great sign because it was forecasted pretty much throughout the week. So strap in your seatbelt. It is going to be a tremendous day of racing. Got to give a shout out to my boy Rick Kane, the race secretary here. He put together a heck of a card.
Amazing car. Every year it seems like we have issues with Mike. Last year his mic didn't work, and today he started talking the motorcycle, start driving away. So something about Mike that brings that on every year. We want to mention before we get rolling with all the race previews today, for the bettors out there, we have those huge guarantees throughout the card. We've got a $10,000 guarantee for the opening pick 4, which starts in race number 1, a $20,000 guarantee for the second pick 4, which starts in race number 10, and then we got $5,000 guarantees for the pick 5 and also the pick 3, the second pick 3 in race number 9. And Jess, that always spices things up for the bettors.
Love the guarantee, and there are a lot of good competitive races, like Mike said. Not really a whole lot of standouts either. I think this is more of a card where when I was going from top to bottom and through every race, I said to myself, I don't really want to handicap these races. I just want to watch them because you kind of look over and see, you know, they're all coming into the race in good form. They're all coming into the race off a good effort, so it's going to make for an interesting wagering format too. I know like Malillo's like 12-1 on the morning line. Yeah. He's coming off a monster mile, not only in the Milstein but the Adios as well. So it'll be interesting to see kind of maybe who takes favoritism in all of those and how they play out in those multi-leg wagers.
Yeah, Mike, agree with me here. It's easy to call the races. It's hard to make the odds for races like this.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, and especially like a day like today, you know, and usually on a stakes day, that's what is kind of separating this Sun Stakes from a lot of the other big stakes days because, you know, a lot of times you do have standouts in races like this. Today, none to be found. It's going to be classic.
Should be an amazing day of racing. We are going to take our first break. When we come back, we are going to give you in-depth previews of those big 4 3-year-old races. That's coming up right after this.
For real fun in real life, make it Mohegan. Make it rain. Make it pour. Make it chill. Make it live. Or just make it up as you go. When it's time to unplug and get in on the action, make it Mohegan. Mohegan, Pennsylvania.
Bojangles still leading out, Cossack closing at him, but Bojangles, the freshman juggernaut, wraps up his rookie campaign a perfect 12 for 12. They still have to catch Lexus Cody, Geocache, begging for racing room. Lexus Cody needs to hang on. Lexus Cody.
You've won yourself big races.
Yeah, but this is up there.
This is a big one.
This is big. This is a million American.
Another outstanding year for Hanover Shoe Farms with 3 Grade 1 Breeders' Crown winners. Irvin Hanover, 2-year-old Trotter Spencer Hanover, 3-year-old trotter Meshuggah. O'Brien Award winner and winner of 4 Grade 1 stakes, Sylvia Hanover. Grade 1 Adios Pace winner, Prince Howell Hanover. 3-year-old Dan Patch Award winner, Super Chapter. See us in Harrisburg November 2nd through 4th. Find your next Hanover champion. Hanover Shoe Farms, the greatest name in harness racing.
Pepperell Hanover will take the field by 3 parts of a length. Andrew McCarthy, Quattro de Julio by 2. For Dexter Dunn to win the Lynch here by a length and 3/4. Get up your Deo, Ocas Boston, loving the pocket today. 6 Hour still in slight lead situation, get 6 Hour, 6 Hour. Got Vodacom Legacy and Super Chapter inside, and Super Chapter.
We are back here on First Call, getting you set for our Sun Stakes Saturday. And I want to mention, we mentioned the big races, but all these consolation races have outstanding performers and huge purses as well. So throughout the card, should be a lot of fun. But we're here right now to focus on those big 4 3-year-old races, kind of the standout races on the card today. That starts with race number 10. The 10th race is for 3-year-old fillies on the pace, the James M. Lynch Memorial, and that's got a $250,000 purse, 8 fillies in this one. Morning favorite here, Jess, is Be Perfect BG. But you've got those 3 horses coming back from the Meadowlands, that same race where they were 1, 2, 3. What do you see happening in this one?
Well, I for first and foremost, I think there's about 4 horses with each solid chance in here. Be Perfect BG, I know she's coming off of the loss from Sangria Summer, who kind of just benefited from coming from off of the pace at that race at the Meadowlands. You have Darlin's Angel, who I think has really stepped up in her 3-year-old season. I think Lauren Tritton has been a perfect match for her. Then you have Perfect Thought from the rail. She's battling a little bit of foot issues. If you follow along with the stable.ca, they'll give you any information you want when it comes to their horses and wagering. So that was a really good effort over at Scioto. She beat older horses off of the pace, 27 flat at the end of the mile. And I think she's poised to sit on a good mile here today.
Yeah, and Mike, it's an interesting race, I think, for handicapping, because I always find it tough when you've got horses coming off a race like those 3, where you have a horse pulls off the upset, but then there's the horse that was the favorite. Do you believe in the upset? Do you go back to the favorite? How do you feel about this one?
Well, it's going to be interesting. We're going to get Dexter Dunn's thoughts, because I'll tell you what, Pretty Perfect BG appeared to be pretty tired towards that last 16th of a mile in that Shady Daisy. Now, did the first brush have anything to do with it? That's not a conventional brush, so she had to be used quite a bit there. And Sangria Summer in that race did not have great cover. She did that 25-4 last quarter all her own, so that was an earned effort. And Darlin's Angel was an earned effort as well. But you know what? I'm going to echo Jess here with Perfect Thought, because that effort 2 starts back in one of those Adio Vola races, she was helplessly shuffled. She had no room until really late in that race to finish a good closing third, and then she was out a long way to beat older last time. The way the track has been playing and the way this race is probably going to be set up with Be Perfect BG and Darlin's Angel going 1-2, maybe with a little bit speed from Shikari on the outside, this could very well set up for the off-the-pace prowess of Perfect Thought, like the 6-1 morning line on her as well.
These 2 are looking for value. I like to see it. So we're up next with race number 11, Delmonica Hanover Trot. Relatively new race on the card. You've had it for the last several years here at Pocono. A lot of fun. 3-year-old trotting fillies, $250,000. And you've got an interesting contrast here, Jess. You've got Set Your Sights on High, probably facing the toughest competition of this group and coming off the hard loss. But then there's Victoriana's Secret, Kentucky Sire Stakes, where she goes a crazy mile. So how do you feel about this one?
I'm actually going to stick with the morning line favorite in Victoriana's Secret. Post advantage on Set Your Sights High. Set Your Sights High might be a little bit more handy than Victoriana's Secret. Obviously, the blip in the radar on Hamiltonian Oaks elimination, but she's fast. As long as she handled herself well here, shipped well, looks good on the racetrack, I'm going to have to go with her on top.
All right, Mike, what do you see? You see those 2? Do you see somebody else creeping in here?
Well, I can't get over how big that effort was from Victoriana's Secret last time. I mean, she brushed 5th to 1st, then yielded, and then won with very little Ronnie Wren urging in a time of 150, which was was only 1/5 of a second off the world record in her division. So she is coming into this race top-notch. Sets her sights high, is just all heart. I mean, she does not like to, have horses look her in the eyes. She usually repels, and she's coming off that real tough trip at the Hambletonian Oaks. The horse that could be the question mark in this race, if things break down a bit, is Custom. She's probably going to have good striking position. She's got a good late kick. She needs some things to go her way, but the way this track's been playing lately, she could benefit from that.
And good to see Jason Bartlett back and driving with us here this afternoon as well. Next up, the one we were talking about at the start, the Max Hemp 3-year-old open pace, purse $300,000. Jess, I think the only thing you need to say about this field is that I had to make Bojangles 10-1. So I think that tells you everything you need to know about this field.
It is so competitive. Like I said, I probably don't even want to pick a top choice in here just because I think there's any one of any of them could win. I mean, you go up and down. Gentleman's Club, he set those fractions in the cane pace last out at the Meadowlands. He ended up second best. He's got post 7. Now, Sweet Love and Lou, he has that good kick coming home. We've seen it before. We saw it in the North America Cup elimination. Hadn't quite been himself since he popped up on Kane's pace day. Odds on Mr. Mamba and Brandon Boulevard, I guess you could say, were flat. I don't even think it's fair to say that on Kane pace day either. I opted to put El Papi on top. I think he's probably one of the fresher horses coming into the race after that dominant back-to-back score in the Elim and the Adios final. And I'm going to use Malillo underneath, too.
All right. Mike, what do you think? Al Papi, about a month off. Is it a case of freshness? Will rust creep in? How do you feel about this one?
Boy, I'm not sure, but boy, there's a lot of moving parts in here. You better be at the top of your game, Jimmy. This is going to be a busy race.
We'll sleepwalk through
that one.
Yeah,
right. Malillo from the inside. I've heard a little criticism about, this wasn't a great field in the Milstein, and, the horse should have won by a lot more than what he won by, considering the competition. But, at Northfield Park, the dynamic of that racetrack, there were horses coming 3 to 4 wide off that turn. Malillo was stuck in the pocket, and 9 times out of 10, them horses 3 to 4 wide because of the bank, usually just slingshot on by. Malillo had to re-dig in to outfight the flow of that race to win, and in my opinion, that is a giant effort. And listen, we're inches away from talking about an Adios and a Meadowlands Pace champion as well in Malillo, so draws inside. I think he's got a really big shot, especially if that 12-1 morning line lands up. We don't know what Bojangles is going to do. I'm not really sure what to make of that last race. You could look for some positives out of it. You could look for some negatives out of it. But just the fact that the connections had the confidence to bring him here should say something.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing. You make a morning line like that, people are going to go for him for the name value, but is he worth that? That's what we're going to find out. All right, last of these big 4 races. Kind of the polar opposite of the Hemp, where there's so many top competitors. Here we have the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial, 3-year-old open trot, $300,000 purse, and here, Jess, is a chance for one of these horses to kind of stake a claim as a top 3-year-old with kind of a signature win.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and I'm going to stick with Minoan. I thought he raced quite well in both of his Hambo Lim and the final. I mean, he hit the board at a big price. He bounced back with a good win over at the Meadows. I think he's handy enough to maybe just overcome any sort of trip that Andy kind of puts him into, and he's got a good post to work with. And it's a good field, but it's not overly strong, so I think that makes it even more competitive.
And I think what's also tricky about it, Mike, is a lot of the 2 horses that kind of have the class, they get the outside post. Magic Punt, Spencer Hanover. Can they overcome that?
That's going to be a big question mark. I think the first 1/8 of a mile is going to go a long way in determining what happens in this race, but I'm going with Diabolic Hill. I think he's in for a rebound. He's been the bridesmaid. If you look 4 starts back, I think if he would have had a little bit more clearance early on against Apex, I don't know if he would have beat Apex, but I think it would have been pretty darn close. He was parked a mile. I think you got to put a line through that. I think Diabolic Hill is going to come to race today. Although I do agree with Jess, that was a very easy win for Minoan, even though he won by 3/4 of a length. He was not urged and asked, and this is a horse that is definitely on the upside of his form cycle. If Magic Punk goes his race, he's got a big shot. The first 1/8 of the mile is going to go a long way in deciding the winner of that one.
Yeah, Oka Svanstedt, a lot of success on Sun Stakes Saturday over the last several years, and Diabolic Hill first-time Lasix today as well. So like Mike said, a lot of moving parts for these big 4 races throughout the card. Going to be a lot of value plays, I think, for the bettors. Going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take one more break. We're going to come back and talk about the first race on the card right after this.
Luck Be With You, and Luck Be With You is out and after the front, and some star somewhere tracks that move on the outside.
Hanover's Bertha to Bulldog Hanover. From Shepherd to Simpson to Williams. Hanover Shoe Farms, celebrating 100 years as the greatest name in harness racing.
For years, the Wager Warrior has protected our tracks. Now he's on a mission to help his fellow warriors win big. Let's see how it's going.
Boats Rockin has been having a good run. He's definitely going to show. Should I risk it on the win?
Hey you, over here. No, down here. Check out the past performances. I've sent them to your email. I was just trying to help. Go to penhorseracing.com/wagerwarriors to get your past performances today.
Volume 8, Volume 8. It's an absolute romp. Volume 8 destroys them.
Crank it up. Volume 8 is turning it to 10 with his incredible first crop out of the sports top mares, including Cedar Dove, Dam of When Doves Cry, Angel Eyes Hanover, Dam of Ambassador Hanover, Emmy Lou Who, Dam of Emoticon Hanover, Dam of Heaven Hanover, Hilambro, $250,000 winner, Fashion Spooner, Deal Wise Oss, half-sister to Vivid Wise Oss, Fortune of Fables, Dam of 50 Ways. Volume 8, don't miss out, standing at Hanover Shoe Farms.
Welcome to Hot to Trot. This is not your normal horse racing podcast. My name's Ashley Wood, and I'll be your host as we take an inside look at the world of horse breeding and racing.
There's so many different hobbies in the horse world.
It's so hands-on, being there, doing all the work with the mares every day. It's awesome.
We're probably the most unique industry that we root for each other. It's definitely family.
We're throwing you in the hot seat.
We are back here getting set for our first race on the card, and I want to talk about that race here. First, I want to mention, and I'll see if I can find that again, some shoe issues. I might have to wait till we get up into the booth to give you the changes in terms of the shoes for this first race. I want to talk about the 3-year-old trotting fillies here. Race 1, it's the Consolation 2 for the Delmonica Hanover. Purse $75,000. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta 50-cent pick 4, first half of the early double. Remember, we have the $10,000 guarantee on this first pick 4. There are no changes in either half of the double. So we take a look at this first race. The morning line favorite, a Marcus Melander trainee. Never can go wrong with a Melander trainee in Nuance. But Jess, how do you feel about this one?
I'm going to go to the horse with the rail as I peek over 9-5 on the board right now. Sparks for Aki Svanstedt. Yannick's going to drive this one once again. I thought she raced quite well last time out in the Continental Victory over at the Big M. 3 of 8 so far in her 3-year-old campaign. The rail to work with, and she's sharp. I love seeing bold numbers up and down a program page. She's put forth good effort after good effort, so I think she's poised to set on a good effort here today.
All right, Mike, in agreement, or are you going somewhere else?
No, I think I'm in agreement here, and the good thing about Sparks is that Yannick can do a couple different things. I mean, this horse has proven she can come from off the pace. She's proven she can win from on the pace, and so Yannick could really make that good judge at the gate in deciding what he wants to do. I was just telling Jess off the air, Island Girl Hanover, boy, anywhere else but Post 8, and I certainly would give her a go. I mean, she has got some really good late numbers, 26 and 4, 25 and 4, but the question is what's Strawn going to do? Is he going to try to blast her off the gate, or is he going to try to find a place mid-pack? What's he going to do from that outside post? I think Sparks has the big tactical advantage, and she's going to be our call.
Yeah, for those who don't know, on this 5-ace of Pocono, winning percentage drops pretty significantly when you go from 6 to 7, and again from 7 to 8. So we're going to be watching that all day long with these post positions. Morning line selections are 4, 1, 2, 6, and as Jess mentioned, right now the 1 and the 8 both getting a look at 2 to 1. So we are coming up on post time for race number 1. Jess is going to be with us all day long in the winner's circle. She's going to be handicapping the big races. Mike is going to be doing his thing online for PA Harness Racing. I'm going up to the booth to hide. That's what we've got going on for the rest of the day. We want to welcome all of you here to Pocono for Sun Stakes Saturday. Good luck on your wagering today. The Trotters are on the track for today's first race at Pocono, first half of the early daily double. Number 1, Sparks, owned by Okas Fonstedt, Journey Harness, Graham Gray Stables, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, trainer Okas Fonstedt, driver Yannick Gingras. Number 2, Isabella, owned by Okas Fonstedt, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, Little Lee and Olson, trainer Okas Fonstedt, he's the driver as well. 3, Duissanea Hanover, owned by Arbor Racing Stable, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, McGovern and Urscioli, trainer Noel Daly, driver Andrew McCarthy. 4, Nuance, owned by Courant Inc., trainer Marcus Melander, driver Dexter Dunn. 5, Gamla Hanover, owned and trained by Doug Ackerman, driver George Napolitano Jr. 6, Atlantic Summer, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Simpson, Carr, and Weaver Buscemi, trainer Ron Burke, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. 7, Cash Out Express, owned by George Ducharme Stable, DeArmond, Winsky, and Vulo, trainer George Ducharme, driver Scott Zeron. Number 8, Island Girl Hanover, owned by Purple Haze Stables, LLC, trainer and driver Tron Smedshammer. In this first race, some equipment notes: no shoes for numbers 1, Sparks, 2, Isabella, 3, Duissanea Hanover, and 6, Atlantic Summer. They are all racing without shoes. Also, number 7, Cash Out Express will be racing with no hind shoes in this race. Brian McAvoy's selections 4, 2, 8, and 1. Likes number 4, Nuance right now, the 5-2 second choice. Less than a minute until post time. Race 1 again. A reminder: first pick 4 here today has a guarantee of $10,000 in the pool. Last call, race 1. Get those wagers in. Post time approaching for the first. The starter has called the 3-year-old trotting fillies to the gate for today's first race at Pocono, first half of the early daily double. This is consolation number 2 for the Delmonica Hanover, and it carries a purse of $75,000. The track is in fast condition to begin today's racing. And around the turn, they go. The trotters have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Sun Stakes Saturday opener, and Sparks is first to show on the inside, joined on the far outside by Island Girl Hanover. In between horses, Isabella moves up. Island Girl Hanover assumes the mantle past the 8th mile marker. Atlantic Summer away 4th in front of Nuance. Another length and a quarter to Duasinea Hanover, then Gamla Hanover 7th, and the early trailer Cash Out Express. They're in line all flat, and they're following Island Girl Hanover, who gets to the quarter in 26 and 3. Zippy pace right off the bat, first time past the faithful here today. Island Girl Hanover making the lead from the outside post for Tron Smedshammer. Pocket belongs to Sparks in second. Another length and a half to her stablemate Isabella third. And it's a slow pace through the front stretch. Fourth is Atlantic Summer. The favorite Nuance now begins a first over John for Dexter Dunn. She is 1-2. Duasinea Hanover picks up that live cover. Gamla Hanover stays in on the inside 7th. And the trailer is Cash Out Express. The half mile 56 and 1, 29 and 3. Second panel. Pretty much cruising speed here for Island Girl Hanover. She's up by a length. Smedshammer looks to his right, knows now that Nuance is within view. Just a length back there for Dexter Dunn. Tight in the pocket is Sparks, and now Isabella steps out second over. She's in pouncing position, only 2.5 away. On the inside, 5th Atlantic Summer. Duasinea Hanover in the outer flow. Further back to Cash Out Express and Gamla Hanover. Nuance taking over from Island Girl Hanover. 3/4, 123 and 4. 27 and 3 third panel. Nuance now has the lead, is just about cleared Island Girl Hanover, but Isabella is right up behind her. Meanwhile, Sparks got shuffled back, looks for room. Top of the stretch, Nuance now on top by a length and a half. Isabella trying to get to her on the outside. It's Nuance and Isabella to decide this. Isabella gaining on Nuance. Nuance trying to cling. Isabella, Nuance right at the line. Isabella gets there for Oka Svanstedt in a crackerjack opener here. Nuance second, Sparks third, Atlantic Summer fourth. Isabella is 9-1 to start things off in 151 and 4/5. Well, not an easy task for the 1-2 favorite to come first over after a relatively slow pace, and that's what Nuance had to do. She was able to overcome the pace setter Island Girl Hanover, but then had to deal with Nuance coming up right behind her cover. Actually, Isabella coming up behind Sparks and falling back, and it's Isabella who comes up with the win. You can see her just a nose out in front at the end of the mile. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race number 1. Number 2, Isabella finished first. Number 4, Nuance finished second. Number 1, Sparks finished third. Number 6, Atlantic Summer finished fourth. Unofficially 2-4-1-6 in the first race. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle is the unofficial winner of race number 1. Consolation 2 for the Delmonica Hanover for 3-year-old trotting fillies. It's number 2, Isabella, 3-year-old bay filly by Tactical Landing, out of Call Me by Ready Cash. Bred by MB Sutsy Stable Inc. of Florida, owned by Oka Svanstedt, New Jersey. Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, Little Lee of New York. And Olson of Florida. Oka Svanstedt trainer and driver. Isabella at 9-1 was coming off a break of stride in her last race at the Red Mile. Was second here 2 weeks back, or 2 starts back in non-winners of 2. Was a big beaten favorite there. But today picks up her first win in 9 this year. Couldn't be better timed. Her second lifetime victory. The career earnings take a big jump now, over $163,000.
and she trots a new lifetime mark, just a few ticks off the track record for 3-year-old trotting fillies, 151-4. That's number 2, Isabella. There's Isabella making her way into the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle, winner of race number 1 at a nice price. We do have the results for the first race. Number 1, Sparks finished 3rd. 2, Isabella, the race winner. Number 3, Duisane Hanover finished 7th. 4, Nuance was 2nd. Number 5, Gamla Hanover finished 8th. 6, Atlantic Summer was 4th. Number 7, Cash Out Express finished 5th. And 8, Island Girl Hanover was 6th. From the top down, it reads 3-1-7-2-8-4-5-6. Race winner number 2, Isabella, in a winning time of 1:51 4/5. And Isabella, a bit frisky there in the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle, still wants to go a bit. And we're on to race number 2 next, which is Consolation 2 for the James M. Lynch Memorial for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Purse $75,000. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, second half early double. No changes in race 2. 10 minutes until post for the second race. Sun Stakes Saturday opener, and Sparks is first to show on the inside, joined on the far outside by Island Girl Hanover. In between horses, Isabella moves up. Island Girl Hanover assumes the mantle past the 8th mile marker. Atlantic Summer away 4th in front of Nuance. Another length and a quarter to Duisane Hanover, then Gamla Hanover 7th, and the early trailer Cash Out Express. They're in line all flat, and they're following Island Girl Hanover, who gets to the quarter in 26-3. Zippy pace right off the bat, first time past the faithful here today. Island Girl Hanover making the lead from the outside post for Tron Smetshammer. Pocket belongs to Sparks in second. Another length and a half to her stablemate Isabella third. And it's a slow pace through the front stretch. 4th is Atlantic Summer. The favorite Nuance now begins a first over jaunt for Dexter Dunn. She is 1-2. Duisane Hanover picks up that live cover. Gamla Hanover stays in on the inside 7th. And the trailer is Cash Out Express. The half mile 56-1, 29-3. Second panel. Pretty much cruising speed here for Island Girl Hanover. She's up by a length. Smetshammer looks to his right, knows now that Nuance is within view. Just a length back there for Dexter Dunn. Tight in the pocket is Sparks, and now Isabella steps out second over. She's in pouncing position, only 2.5 away. On the inside, 5th Atlantic Summer. Duisane Hanover in the outer flow. Further back to Cash Out Express and Gamla Hanover. Nuance taking over from Island Girl Hanover. 3/4, 123-4. 27-3 third panel. Nuance now has the lead, is just about cleared Island Girl Hanover, but Isabella is right up behind her. Meanwhile, Sparks got shuffled back, looks for room. Top of the stretch, Nuance now on top by a length and a half. Isabella trying to get to her on the outside. It's Nuance and Isabella to decide this. Isabella gaining on Nuance. Nuance trying to cling. Isabella, Nuance right at the line. Isabella gets there for Oka Svanstedt in a So we start off with a $20 horse, 9-1 Isabella, winning in race number 1. Oka Svanstedt mentioned it when we were talking with Jess and Mike. Tends to have very big days on Sun Stakes Saturday. He's off to a nice start. The favorite Nuance finishing second, and then the other Svanstedt trainee, Sparks, finishes third.
Race 2, 7 minutes from now. It's Consolation 2 for the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace purse, $75,000. No changes in this one, only a field of 6. And the wagering skewing towards number 4, Big Weekend. Matt Kakeli in the bike for Travis Alexander. This is the morning line's second choice. Now, the concern for Big Weekend, she hasn't raced in a month and a half since picking up a win here in an overnight in 1:51.1. But that was the fastest mile any of these 6 have paced this year. She also earned 6 figures last year as a 2-year-old for trainer Travis Alexander. And she qualified well at Harris to prepare for this one. Travis Alexander with 2 trainees in this field also has number 1, Odds on Commandeer. This horse still a maiden and trying to get a win on Sun Stakes Saturday, coming off a second at Yonkers in her last race. The morning favorite, number 2, Amira Hanover. Joe Bongiorno trains and drives. Nice win at Harris 2 starts ago. She did break last time out at the Meadowlands, so looks to shake that off as she looks for her second win of 2026. Number 5, Caviar Madrid, racing in non-winners of 1. Last time out at Harris, finished second, but she has hit the board her last couple. We've also got number 5, Green Street, a 3rd place finish at Harris at long odds in her last race. And number 3, Santa Fe's Hungry, has raced twice here at Pocono, hasn't done much, 5th and 7th place finishes. Morning line selections 2, 4, 5, and 6. Currently number 4, Big Weekend, is your favorite at 7 to 5 with 6 minutes until post for race 2. Pacers on the track today's second race at Pocono. Number 1, Odds on Commandeer, owned by M-Spec Stables, Alexander Racing Stable, Fiddler's Creek Stables, and the Elegant Stable 9, trainer Travis Alexander, driver Tim Tetrick. 2, Amira Hanover, owned by Odds on Racing, trainer Joe Bongiorno, he is the driver as well. 3, Santa Fe's Hungry, owned by Ed DeRosa, trainer Carl Conti Jr., driver Andrew McCarthy. Number 4, Big Weekend, owned by Fiddler's Creek Stables, LLC, trainer Travis Alexander, driver Matt Kakeli. 5, Caviar Madrid, owned by Caviar Farms, trainer Noel Daly, driver Todd McCarthy. And number 6, Green Street, owned by Matthew Stolt and Peter Mercati, trainer is Brett Pelling, driver Jack Pelling. No changes in race number 2, and we are 2 minutes away from post time for the second. Last call, race 2, get him in. The starter is called. The 3-year-old pacing fillies to the gate for today's second race at Pocono. This is Consolation 2 for the James M. Lynch Memorial, carrying a purse of $75,000. And around the turn, there you go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway. Out in the center of the track, it's Big Weekend stepping out. She's joined by Amira Hanover. Those two stride for stride early on. Not much separation. A length and a half back to third, Nods on Commandeer. She's followed by Santa Fe's Hungry. Then comes Caviart Madrid fifth. And the early trailer here is Green Street in this field of 6. She's about 8 off the lead. That early jostle for the lead went to Amira Hanover. Now on top as they wind around the turn to the quarter-mile marker and get there in 26 and 4. They head past the faithful Amira Hanover. Broke stride in her last start, but out winging right now for Joe Bongiorno, the 1-2 favorite. Big Weekend tucked right in behind her in second. Nobody venturing off the pylons at the moment. Third is Odds On Commandeer. She's followed by Santa Fe's Hungry with Andrew McCarthy. Then comes Todd McCarthy with Caviart Madrid, and the early trailer here is Green Street. So no change in the order as they work from first to second pole. Lead belongs to Amira Hanover at the half in 55 and 2, 28 and 3, second panel. Wind helping them on the backstretch. Amira Hanover has stretched that lead now to 2.5 lengths as looking to respond second. Big Weekend, another 2 back to Odds On Commandeer in third, followed by Santa Fe's Hungry, then Caviart Madrid, and the trailer Green Street. So now Big Weekend taking a little bit closer notice there in second, but still some daylight here for Amira Hanover as Matt Kelly tries to get Big Weekend closer. 3/4, 122 and 227 even on the back stretch. Amira Hanover throwing haymakers up front, leads now by 3 lengths. Second is Big Weekend, still not threatening. Further back to Odds On Commandeer and well back to Santa Fe's Hungry. Top of the stretch, Amira Hanover looking to put this field away. Well back to Big Weekend, Odds On Commandeer. They're battling for second, but you could tell that to the Mountain Goats, Gretel, because this is all Amira Hanover in race number 2, dominating to win by 8.5.
Big Weekend was second. Caviar Madrid on for third, followed by Odds On Commandeer fourth. Amira Hanover, no doubt, 150-1. Amira Hanover, the morning favorite, gets away as the 2-1 second choice, and there was never really an anxious moment for her. She battled for the lead with Big Weekend early, won that battle. From that point forward, every step of the way, she lengthened the lead, and at the end, she is all alone in that camera shot with Joe Bongiorno aboard. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish for race number 2. Number 2, Amira Hanover finished first. Number 4, Big Weekend finished second. Number 5, Caviar Madrid finished third. And number 1, Odds On Commandeer finished fourth, unofficially 2-4-5-1 in race 2. To the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle, unofficial winner of today's second race, number 2, Amira Hanover. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Poppy Rob Hanover out of Ameriway by American Ideal, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Inc. of Pennsylvania, owned by Odds On Racing, Boca Raton, Florida. The trainer and the driver is Joe Bongiorno. And Amira Hanover, 9-5, second choice on the board. Bouncing back from a break of stride in her last start at the Meadowlands. She won 2 starts ago at Harrah's, now has 2 wins in 9 this year for Lifetime, and the career earnings taking a jump now over $123,000, a new lifetime mark, 150 and 1/5. That is number 2, Amira Hanover. Results of race number 2 now are official. The rundown: number 1, Odds On Commandeer finished fourth. 2, Amira Hanover, the race winner. Number 3, Santa Fe's Hungry finished 6th. 4, Big Weekend was second. Number 5, Caviar Madrid finished third. And 6, Green Street was 5th. From the top down, 4-1-6-2-3-5. Race winner number 2, Amira Hanover, in a winning time of 150 and 1/5. Race number 3 coming up next in 13 minutes from now is Consolation 2 for the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot. Purse $100,000. Exact trifecta superfecta wagering. There are no changes in race 3. 13 minutes until post time. There are some equipment notes, though, in the 13th race. And what we have are some horses racing without shoes in race 3. Number 2, Highball Hanover. Number 5, Southwind Fargo will both be going without shoes in race 3. Underway. Out in the center of the track, it's Big Weekend stepping out. She's joined by Amira Hanover. Those two stride for stride early on. Not much separation. A length and a half back to third, and Odds On Commandeer. She's followed by Santa Fe's Hungry. Then comes Caviar Madrid 5th. And the early trailer here is Green Street in this field of 6. She's about 8 off the lead. That early jostle for the lead went to Amira Hanover. Now on top as they wind around the turn to the quarter-mile marker and get there in 26 and 4. They head past the faithful Amira Hanover. Broke
broke stride in her last start, but out winging right now for Joe Bongiorno, the 1-2 favorite. Big weekend, tucked right in behind her in second. Nobody venturing off the pylons at the moment. Third is Odds On Commandeer. She's followed by Santa Fe's Hungry with Andrew McCarthy. Then comes Todd McCarthy with Caviar Madrid, and the early trailer here is Green Street. So no change in the order as they work from first to second pole. Lead belongs to Amira Hanover at the half in 55-2, 28-3, second panel. Wind helping them on the backstretch. Amira Hanover has stretched that lead now to 2.5 lengths as looking to respond second. Big weekend. Another 2 back to Odds On Commandeer in third, followed by Santa Fe's Hungry, then Caviar Madrid, and the trailer Green Street. So now Big Weekend taking a little bit closer notice there in second, but still some daylight here for Amira Hanover as Matt Kakaley tries to get Big Weekend closer. 3/4, 122 and 227 even on the back stretch. Amira Hanover throwing haymakers up front, leads now by 3 lengths. Second is Big Weekend, still not threatening. Further back to Odds On Commandeer and well back to Santa Fe's Hungry. Top of the stretch, Amira Hanover looking to put this field away. Well back to Big Weekend, Odds On Commandeer. They're battling for second, but you could tell that to the Mountain Goats, Gretel, because this is all Amira Hanover in race number 2, dominating to win by 8.5. So we get a romp in race number 2 from Amira Hanover, the second choice knocking off the favorite Big Weekend. Nice daily double for $1 there for 2-2 as you had 9-1 followed by a second choice. As you see the order, Big Weekend favorite finishing second. Race 3 is next, 10 minutes away, and now it's our first consolation for Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot. It's consolation 2. We're going in reverse order with those, but the purse, $100,000. So nice for these 3-year-olds to get these chances for the big purses, even the ones that don't make the final. No changes in race number 3. And number 5, Southwind Fargo is the 1-2 betting favorite. Yannick Gingras for Oka Svanstedt, and Oka could have another one on the board here. This horse, gate to wire, 153 flat in his last start right here at Pocono. But more important than that, a 151 mile at the Meadowlands 2 starts ago. That really jumps out at you when you compare it to the others in the field. So this one certainly could be tough, and Oka could be well stocked in this one all over the place. He's got one Create Escape, who comes off a second in the Kentucky Sire Stakes and gets Dexter Dunn in the bike. 1 win in 7 this year for Create Escape. And on the outside, there's Ardon. Oka choosing this one. This horse second in a Muscle Hill race at the Meadowlands last time in a very fast time. So he's looking for his first win this year. It was a big earner last year, son of Tactical Landing. He's coming off a second in that Muscle Hill race in the same race number. 6 False Dogma was last of 8. But that horse had back-to-back wins here in the month of July, so he likes this track. Number 7, Wolfpack Crown, was third in a different split of the Muscle Hill last time out at the Meadowlands. Hit the board at long odds for trainer Victoria Stratton. We mentioned False Dogma with success here at Pocono. Number 2, Highball Hanover, has won the last 2 times he's been on this oval for trainer Noel Daly. He's coming off a third in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action. Number 3, our Tommy Collins, is coming off a third in Stallion Series action for part owner and trainer and driver Tom Svirchek. And number 4, Rubens, Dan Daly trains and drives this one, who comes off a third in the Excelsior at Saratoga in his last start, has 1 win in 8 this year. That came at Buffalo Raceway. Morning line selections here are 5, 8, 1, and 2. 5 Southwind Fargo's 3-5. 8 minutes till post for the third race. The Trotters are on the track for today's third race at Pocono 1 Create Escape, owned by Create Escape Stable. Trainer Oka Svanstedt, driver Dexter Dunn. 2 Highball Hanover, owned by Stillborn Racing, Dolan, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, Caviar Farms, Wellwood Enterprises, trainer Noel Daly, driver Andrew McCarthy. 3R Tommy Collins, owned by Tom Svirchek, Janet Collins, trainer and driver Tom Svirchek. Number 4 Rubens, owned by Crawford Drag, Preziotti and Austin, trainer and driver Dan Daly. And Dan is celebrating a birthday here this afternoon from all of us here at Pocono. Happy birthday to trainer and driver Dan Daly. Number 5, Southwind Fargo, owned by River Stable Inc., trainer Oka Svanstedt, driver Yannick Gingras. Number 6, False Dogma, owned by George Ducharme Stable LLC, Coyote Wind Farms, and Joe Spracco, trainer George Ducharme, driver Braxton Boyd. 7, Wolfpack Crown, owned by Stuart Chambers Racing LLC, BCJM Inc., and Divine Horse Racing, trainer Victoria Stratton, driver Troy Beyer. Number 8, Ardon, owned by Phil Steinberg, trainer and driver Oka Svanstedt. No changes, race 3. Brian McAvoy selections 5817. Likes number 5, Southwind Fargo. Right now, the 2-5 betting favorite. Less than a minute until post time for race 3. Last call, race 3. Get him in. The starter has called the 3-year-old trotters to the gate for today's third race at Pocono. This is the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Consolation 2. Carries a purse of $100,000. And around the turn, they go. The Trotters have reached the backstretch. And they underway. All the levers on the outer half here. Center of the track speed from Southwind Fargo on the far outside. Wolfpack Crown now towards the inside. Up comes our Tommy Collins. And also in the mix there in the middle of the pack is False Dogma. They're 4 across early. And off stride went Wolfpack Crown. Meanwhile into 4th there comes our Don, followed by Create Escape. Further back to Highball Hanover. Then 7th is Rubens, and off stride at the back Wolfpack Crown. Seriously contested pace. They're at the quarter in 27 even, and that is False Dogma, who took some 0-2 and takes the lead for Braxton Boyd. Pressure coming now from Southwind Fargo. That's your favorite at 1-5, and he glides right on by for Yannick Gingras. Back to second is False Dogma. Third, our Tommy Collins. Then you've got our Don. He's going to come up first over for Svanstedt. That provides cover to his stablemate Create Escape. In behind that 6th, Highball Hanover. Then Rubens, and well back to Wolfpack Crown. Half mile 55 and 3, 28 and 3 second panel. They move to the backstretch. Southwind Fargo leads it, but his stablemate is on the move. That's our Don, just a half length back for Svanstedt. Meanwhile, False Dogma dropping off a notch there in 3rd. Up on the outside comes Highball Hanover showing some trot. Back on the inside 5th, our Tommy Collins. 2nd over there is Create Escape, and well back to Rubens in the deep trailer. Wolfpack Crown. You had a break of stride by our Don, and now look at the lead for Southwind Fargo. 3/4, 123 and 1, 27 and 3 third panel. Southwind Fargo on top, but very quickly Highball Hanover chopping into that margin, coming up strong on his flank. Further back there to Create Escape, who's moving up well, and then False Dogma. Top of the stretch, Southwind Fargo is off stride. Your new leader is Highball Hanover by 2. Create Escape all out trying to get to him. Highball Hanover hanging tight. Create Escape is gaining with each stride, but Highball Hanover at 38-1 is your winner for Andrew McCarthy. Lighten him up here. Create Escape 2nd. Southwind Fargo bounced back after the break for 3rd. Rubens was 4th. Highball Hanover, long odds, 152 and 3. Well, the Svanstedt horses kind of beat each other up there as you had our Don pressuring Southwind Fargo on the back. Our Don went off stride, and then Southwind Fargo for a moment had a big lead, but quickly dropped back, and he broke stride. And Highball Hanover was there to pick up the pieces. The other Svanstedt entry comes on for 2nd, Create Escape. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish for race 3. Number 2, Highball Hanover finished 1st. Number 1, Create Escape finished 2nd. Number 5, Southwind Fargo finished 3rd. Number 4, Rubens finished 4th. Unofficially 2-1-5-4 in race 3. Inquiry on the unofficial 3rd place finisher, number 5, Southwind Fargo, for a possible violation of the braking rule. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winners Circle, unofficial winner of today's 3rd race, Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Consolation 2, is number 2, Highball Hanover, 3-year-old bay gelding by Bar Hopping out of Hall of a Dream by Cantab Hall, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Inc. of Pennsylvania, owned by Steelborn Racing, Martha Dolan of New Jersey, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing of New York, Caviar Farms of Virginia, Wellwood Enterprises of Ontario, Canada, Noel Daly, the trainer, Andrew McCarthy doing the driving, and Highball Hanover 38-1.
1. Likes this track. He won the last 2 times he was on this oval coming into this one. All 3 of his wins this year at Pocono in 10 tries. He's got 5 lifetime wins now, career earnings over $193,000. New lifetime mark, 152-3 for the upsetter. Number 2, Highball Hanover. Again, inquiry on the unofficial 3rd place finisher, number 5, Southwind Fargo. Possible violation of the braking rule. Hold all mutual tickets. We are going to have a change in the order of finish here in race number 3. Number 5, Southwind Fargo, did indeed violate the braking rule. He finished 3rd. He will now be placed 4th. Number 4, Rubens, finished 4th. He will now be placed 3rd. So the new order of finish here in race 3, 2, 1, 4, 5.
Results of race 3, official rundown: 1, Create Escape finished second. 2, Eyeball Hanover, the race winner. Number 3, Our Tommy Collins finished sixth. 4, Rubens finished fourth, was placed third. 5, Southwind Fargo finished third, was placed fourth for a violation of the braking rule. Number 6, False Dogma was fifth. 7, Wolfpack Crown finished eighth, and 8, Ardon was seventh. Top down with placings 2, 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 8, 7. Race winner 2, Eyeball Hanover, winning time 1:52 and 3. Fourth race 9 minutes from now. It's the Maxi Hemp 3-year-old Open Consolation 2 pace, purse $100,000. Exact trifecta, superfecta, start of the pick 3. No changes, race 4, 9 minutes till post. And they underway. All the levers on the outer half here. Center of the track speed from Southwind Fargo. On the far outside, Wolfpack Crown. Now towards the inside, up comes our Tommy Collins. And also in the mix there in the middle of the pack is False Dogma. They're 4 across early, and off stride went Wolfpack Crown. Meanwhile, into fourth there comes our Don, followed by Create Escape. Further back to Highball Hanover. Then seventh is Rubens, and off stride at the back, Wolfpack Crown. Seriously contested pace. They're at the quarter in 27 even, and that is False Dogma, who took some 0-2 and takes the lead for Braxton Boyd. Pressure coming now from Southwind Fargo. That's your favorite at 1-5, and he glides right on by for Yannick Gingras. Back to second is False Dogma. Third, our Tommy Collins. Then you've got our Don. He's going to come up first over for Svanstedt. That provides cover to his stablemate Create Escape. In behind that, sixth, Highball Hanover. Then Rubens, and well back to Wolfpack Crown. Half mile 55 and 3, 28 and 3 second panel. They move to the backstretch. Southwind Fargo leads it, but his stablemate is on the move. That's our Don, just a half length back for Svanstedt. Meanwhile, False Dogma dropping off a notch there in third. Up on the outside comes Highball Hanover, showing some trot. Back on the inside, fifth, our Tommy Collins. Second over there is Create Escape, and well back to Rubens in the deep trailer. Wolfpack Crown. You had a break of stride by Ardon, and now look at the lead for Southwind Fargo. 3/4, 123 and 1, 27 and 3 third panel. Southwind Fargo on top, but very quickly Highball Hanover chopping into that margin, coming up strong on his flank. Further back there to Create Escape, who's moving up well, and then False Dogma. Top of the stretch, Southwind Fargo is off stride. Your new leader is Highball Hanover by 2. Create Escape all out trying to get to him. Highball Hanover hanging tight. Create Escape is gaining with each stride, but Highball Hanover at 38-1 is
So
your
big
winner.
shocker there in race number 3, 38-1. How about the first 3 races have all been won by the 2-horse here? So the numerologists out there in the audience might take note of that. The big upset caused by the break of stride of Southwind Fargo. And how about Rubens, 80-1, gets placed third in race 3. We'll see what race 4 has in store. 7 minutes away, and it's Consolation 2 for the Maxi Hemp Memorial Pace 3-year-old Open purse, $100,000. No changes in race number 4. Taking a look at the wagering, 6th, Toast of the Town. Morning line favorite 5-2. Now back to 6-5. We mentioned on first call. Glad to have Jason Bartlett back with us. Back from injury. He's driving for Noel Daly. And Toast of the Town coming off a second, winners 4-8 at Harrah's last time out. Earned 6 figures last year. He's earned more per start than anybody in this field this year. So he's getting the betting attention right now, but pretty evenly bet. Number 3, Super Champ Hanover is 3-1 second choice. Went second in 149 and 3, a time that he earned in his last start right here at Pocono. Was knocked off by Treacherous Lou, whom we're going to see in a later consolation race. In the same race, number 8, Art in Heaven, had a 5th place finish. Also getting some betting attention, number 4, Easy Breeze. Tyler Buter, the meet's leading driver here at Pocono, in the bike for Eddie Dennis. Easy Breeze with a win at Harrah's Gate to wire 150 and 4 in his last start for his first win this year. Number 2, Dancin' Daddy, new in from Ohio. He's coming off a win there for trainer Bob Cleary and has hit the board in 4 consecutive races. One Captain Underhand, they thought well enough of this one to put him in the Kane Pace, finished 5th in that race and wasn't all that far back, so it should be interesting to see how he does. He's only raced this year unraced at age 2 for trainer Tony Alania. You've got 5, Ain't Playing Nice. Tim Teacher gets the call for Brian Brown. This one has hit the board 2 in a row in Ohio. And 7, Call Me Big Poppy. Todd McCarthy for Noel Daly. So Noel has the 6 and the 7 in here. Call Me Big Poppy coming off a win at Yonkers in his last race. Morning line is 6, 3, 4, and 1. The 6 is the favorite right now. Toast of the Town at 3-2. 5 minutes till post time.
Pacers on the track, fourth race at Pocono, number 1, Captain Underhand, owned by Brittany Farms, Marvin Katz, Mickey Ray Stables, Caviar Farms, trainer Tony Alania, driver Andrew McCarthy, number 2, Dancing Daddy, owned by Royal Wire Products Inc., trainer Bob Cleary, driver James McDonald. 3, Super Champ Hanover, owned by Joe P. Racing, Fiddler's Creek Stables, and Alexander Racing Stable, trainer Travis Alexander, driver Matt Kakali. 4, Easy Breeze, owned by Ian K. Stables, Incorporated, Roy Parker Jr., William Mears, trainer Eddie Dennis, driver Tyler Buter. 5, Ain't Playing Nice, owned by Milton Lehman, William Calvert, trainer Brian Brown, driver Tim Tetrick. 6, Toast of the Town, owned by Let It Ride, Stables Morrison Racing, Stables Jesmerall Stable, Allberg Racing, trainer Noel Daly, driver Jason Bartlett. Number 7, Call Me Big Poppy, owned by Patricia Stables, LA Express Stables, Sjoblorn Racing, and Dolan, trainer Noel Daly, driver Todd McCarthy. And number 8, Art in Heaven, owned by David Ham Glenn Phillips, trainer Nick DeVita, driver Yannick Gingras. No changes, race number 4, Brian McAvoy's selection, 6-3-4-5, goes with number 6, Toast of the Town, who right now is a tepid 2-1 favorite. Less than a minute until post time for race number 4.
The starter has called the Max C. Hempt 3-year-old Open Consolation 2 Pacers to the gate for race 4, the purse $100,000. And around the turn, there you go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway. Towards the inside, good start there for Super Champ Hanover leaving. Down at the pylons, you've got Captain Underhand coming up. Dancing Daddy was in the mix briefly. Now Toast of the Town coming up on the outside past the 8th. Dancing Daddy is back to 4th, followed by Easy Breeze. Then comes Ain't Playing Nice in 6th. At the back of the pack, you have Call Me Big Poppy, and Art in Heaven is the trailer. So a battle for the lead here. Toast of the Town and Super Champ Hanover. Look at that quarter-mile marker, 25-3. So they are humming here on the front end, and you've got Toast of the Town swooping to the front for Jason Bartlett. That's the 1-2 favorite. Back in the pocket is Super Champ Hanover, followed by Captain Underhand. Pace slows a bit as they come into the turn with Dancing Daddy in 4th. Next up there, Easy Breeze. Now you've got some horses moving to the outside, both Ain't Playing Nice and Call Me Big Poppy, while still staying at the back there, Art in Heaven. At the half mile, 54-2, 28-4, second panel. So fractions let up just a bit there, but still quick overall. Toast of the Town on top. You've got Super Champ Hanover tucked in the pocket nicely there for Matt Kakaley. On the first over move is Easy Breeze. Tyler Buter in contention, just a length back. Still on the inside, Captain Underhand. Second over there is Ain't Playing Nice in 5th. Then further back, Call Me Big Poppy, Dancing Daddy, and the trailer remains Art in Heaven. 3/4, 1:21-1, 26-4, third panel. So right now, Toast of the Town with a heat check there out to a 2.5 length advantage. Super Champ Hanover back into second as you have Easy Breeze fading back there in third. Top of the stretch, and Toast of the Town looking like he's going to put this away. Super Champ Hanover trying to get to him on the outside. Easy Breeze on the inside. That's not happened. Toast of the Town says later for that noise. Toast of the Town, Jason Bartlett by 2.5 lengths in an impressive performance here. Super Champ Hanover was second, Easy Breeze third, Call Me Big Poppy up for 4th. The favorite, Toast of the Town, impressively here, 148-4. So Toast of the Town, too much on the front end. Fractions were fast all the way around, and just no let up from him powering home for the victory. Nobody even putting a scare into him late in the mile. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race 4. Number 6, Toast of the Town finished first. Number 3, Super Champ Hanover finished second. Number 4, Easy Breeze finished third. Number 7, Call Me Big Poppy finished 4th. Unofficially 6-3-4-7 in race number 4. Back to the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle. Unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 6, Toast of the Town, getting the victory here in Consolation 2 for the Max C. Hempt Memorial Pace. Toast of the Town is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Sweet Lou out of New Year by Some Beach Somewhere. Bred by Let It Ride Stables, Bottom Line Racing of Florida. Owned by Let It Ride Stables, Florida. Morrison Racing Stables, Pennsylvania. Jesmerall Stable of New York. Alberg Racing of New Jersey. Noel Daly, the trainer. That's 2 in a row on the card for Noel as trainer. And Jason Bartlett. Good to see Jason back in the bike here today, and he gets a big win with Toast of the Town. The 1-2 betting favorite was coming off a second at Harrah's last time. It's his 4th win in 10 this year. He won the last time he was here at Pocono on July 11th. Has 6 lifetime wins now. Career earnings, a big jump over $193,000. And he paces the mile today 1:48 4/5. Number 6, Toast of the Town.
Results of the fourth race now are official. The rundown: number 1, Captain Underhand finished 8th. 2, Dancin' Daddy finished 6th, was placed 7th for causing interference while rough gated. Number 3, Super Champ Hanover was 2nd. 4, Easy Breeze finished 3rd. 5, Ain't Playin' Nice was 5th. Number 6, Toast of the Town, the race winner. 7, Call Me Big Poppy finished 4th, and 8, Art in Heaven finished 7th, was placed 6th. From top down with placings 8, 7, 2, 3, 5, 1, 4, 6. The race winner is number 6, Toast of the Town, in a winning time of 1:48 and 4. Race 5 is coming up in 12 minutes from now. And the fifth race is the fifth race is the Sebastian K Free-for-All Trot, and it carries a purse of $100,000. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, beginning of the 20-cent pick 5, and there's a $5,000 guaranteed pool for the pick 5. In race 5, scratch number 8, Conversano is out 6th. That's the change. 12 minutes till post for the 5th. 7 is the trailer. So a battle for the lead here. Toast of the Town and Super Champ Hanover. Look at that quarter-mile marker, 25 and 3. So they are humming here on the front end. And you've got Toast of the Town swooping to the front for Jason Bartlett. That's the 1-2 favorite. Back in the pocket is Super Champ Hanover, followed by Captain Underhand. Pace slows a bit as they come into the turn with Dancin' Daddy in 4th. Next up there, Easy Breeze. Now you've got some horses moving to the outside, both Ain't Playin' Nice and Call Me Big Poppy, while still staying at the back there, Art in Heaven. At the half mile, 54 and 2, 28 and 4, second panel. So fractions let up just a bit there, but still quick overall. Toast of the Town on top. You've got Super Champ Hanover tucked in the pocket nicely there for Matt Kakaley. On the first over move is Easy Breeze. Tyler Buter in contention, just a length back. Still on the inside, Captain Underhand. Second over there is Ain't Playin' Nice in 5th. Then further back, Call Me Big Poppy, Dancin' Daddy. And the trailer remains Art in Heaven. 3/4, 1, 21 and 1, 26 and 4. Third panel. So right now, Toast of the Town with a heat check there out to a 2.5 length advantage. Super Champ Hanover back into second as you have Easy Breeze fading back there in third. Top of the stretch, and Toast of the Town looking like he's going to put this away. Super Champ Hanover trying to get to him on the outside. Easy Breeze on the inside. That's not happened. Toast of the Town says later for that noise. Toast of the Town, Jason Bartlett by 2.5 lengths, and an impressive performance here. Toast of the Town becomes the first betting favorite to win so far here today in race 4. Gets it over Super Champ Hanover, Easy Breeze third. Brian McAvoy, our expert handicapper, gave that triple straight there in race number 4, had 6-3-4. On to race 5, 10 minutes away, and it's our first of our big free-for-alls here, the free-for-all trot, the Sebastian K Trot. Purse $100,000. Scratch number 8, Conversano, is out 6. So that's the only change. Field of 7. And right now, the attention getting paid to number 3, Nordic Catcher, Åke Svanstedt, trainer and driver. And, of course, last year, the Hambletonian champion. This year, he came out at Pocono July 13th, won an overnight, 151 flat. Then at the Meadowlands from an 8-post in the Vincennes, only a 4th place finish behind Bourbonista. Third start of the year, likes this oval, son of six-pack. And bettors right now think he's primed for a spike performance. But number 3, Lexus Cody, what a career record, $2.2 million in earnings. 1.3 of those coming last year at age 7 for the Ron Burke trainee. Last time out, losing the Cashman only at the very end to Super Chapter. Super Chapter was a big winner on Sun Stakes Saturday last year here at Pocono. Lexus Cody had won his previous 3, including a couple of graded stakes. And now looking to do some damage here with Yannick Gingras in the bike for Ron Burke. Same race where he finished second. Number 6, Benjamin Hanover, was 6th. Benjamin Hanover had won 3 straight feature trots on the 5/8 at Harris, so certainly likes this distance oval. Scott DiDomenico, the trainer, Tim Tetrick, choosing this one over the 7. That 7 horse is Resolved to Win, who's coming off back-to-back wins at Plain Ridge for trainer Enrico Robinson in their open trots. Number 1, Hill Exotic, won an invitational trot at Yonkers in his last start, and $1.6 million in earnings for this 9-year-old with Matt Kakaley in the bike. Number 4, Merce Streetiel, he's a Pocono favorite, coming off back-to-back seconds, had a couple upset overnight wins earlier this year, but probably in over his head for trainer Deborah to get. Number 5, Sir Pinocchio, interesting. He came out to kind of season up for this one last week in a trot, and he ripped it up in a career best 151 and 1. Was his first win of the year for trainer Linda Toscano, and now trying to get it done against much tougher company, but certainly capable. Morning line 3-2-5 and 1. 2 Nordic Catcher right now, your 4-5 favorite with 8 minutes till post for race 5, the Sebastian K Free-for-All Trot. The Trotters are on the track for today's 5th race at Pocono. Number 1, Ill Exotic, owned by Greg Luther Racing, LLC. Trainer Todd Luther, driver Matt Kakali, 2 Nordic Catcher, owned by Okas Fonstead Incorporated, Little E, LLC. Trainer and driver Okas Fonstead. 3 Lexus Cody, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi and Phil Kalura. Trainer Ron Burke, driver Yannick Gingras. 4 Mercury Deal, owned by Friendship Stables, LLC. Trainer Deborah DeGette, driver James Kennedy. Number 5, Sir Pinocchio, owned by Carolyn Atherton, trainer Linda Toscano, driver Jason Bartlett. 6, Benjamin Hanover, owned by Angelo Cornell, trainer Scott DiDomenico, driver Tim Tiedrich. And number 7, Resolve to Win, owned by Pollock Racing, LLC, trainer Enrico Robinson, driver Todd McCarthy. Number 8, Conversano, is scratched 6. So a field of 7 for the 5th race. Brian McVoy's selections, 3, 2, 1, and scratch goes with 3, Lexus Cody. Right now, the 1-5 favorite with 1 minute until post. Last call, race 5, get him in. The starter is called. The free-for-all trotters to the gate for today's 5th race at Pocono. This is the Sebastian K. Trot, carrying a purse of $100,000. And around the turn, there you go. The trotters have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Sebastian K. Sir Pinocchio steps out for the early lead by a long neck, joined on the inside by Nordic Catcher, also Hill Exotic, and now Nordic Catcher surges past. Parked on the outside is Sir Pinocchio. Lexus Cody comes up second over, while Hill Exotic is in the pocket. It's about 4 back to 5th and Mercer Deal. He's followed by Benjamin Hanover in the early trailer. Resolve to win. Nordic Catcher holding down the fort as they come to the quarter-mile marker in 25-4. Those are trotters, folks. Nordic Catcher on top early on. Here comes Lexus Cody brushing for Yannick Gingras, and the favorite taking over from Nordic Catcher. Back on the inside is Hill Exotic third, followed there by Sir Pinocchio, who started well. 5th is Mercer Deal, and then after that, Benjamin Hanover and the trailer Resolve to win. So Lexus Cody took over on the front stretch, moseys to the half-mile marker, which he reaches in 54-1, 28-2, second panel. Fractions are unforgiving here as they move to the back stretch. Lexus Cody up by a length. Gingras not asking at the moment. Nordic Catcher poised right in behind him. Hill Exotic is only 2 back in third. Nothing coming on the outside yet. Sir Pinocchio fourth. Now here comes Resolve to win, picking off horses for Andrew McCarthy. Behind that in 6th is Mercer Deal and the trailer Benjamin Hanover. And now out of the pocket comes Nordic Catcher to take over from Lexus Cody. 3/4, 123-1, 29 even third panel. Nordic Catcher back on top of Lexus Cody. That's Resolve to win with Todd McCarthy now within 2 of the lead. Further back, Hill Exotic looking for room. Sir Pinocchio trying to rev up again. Top of the stretch, it's Nordic Catcher, and Svanstedt has to look back to see his competition. Well back to Resolve to win second, but this is Nordic Catcher showing that Hambo form. Nordic Catcher wins here by 3. Second was Resolve to win. Photo third between Hill Exotic and Sir Pinocchio. Nordic Catcher matches a track record for the age group with the win in the Sebastian K in 150-3. Nordic Catcher threw that 25-4 on the board to start, and then watched as Lexus Cody took over on the front stretch, but one quick burst on the back, and from there he was pretty much home free. Oka Svanstedt winning this race for the 3rd time, and it was a race named for his great trotter, Sebastian K. And there is another one of his great ones, Nordic Catcher, superb today. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish. Race number 5. Number 2, Nordic Catcher finished first. Number 7, Resolve to win finished second. Number 1, Hill Exotic finished third. Number 5, Sir Pinocchio finished fourth. Unofficially 2-7-1-5 in the 5th race. As usual, Oka's going to take his good, sweet time getting back, but our unofficial winner for race number 5, the Sebastian K. Free-for-All Trot, out near the fence on the back stretch, number 2, Nordic Catcher, 4-year-old brown stallion, by Six Pack out of that woman, Hanover by Some Beach Somewhere. Bred by Nordic Horse Farms of Sweden, Joatevi Farm LLC of New Jersey, owned by Oka Svanstedt Inc. of Wrightstown, New Jersey, and Lee LLC of New York, New York. Oka Svanstedt's second driving training win of the day. Nordic Catcher, the 6-5 second choice on the board. Hambletonian winner in 2025 is now 2 for 3 in 2026. Both of the wins coming here at Pocono. It's his 7th win in just 13 lifetime starts. Amazing how lightly raced this stallion is and what a legacy he's building despite that. The career earnings now over $880,000. He trots the mile today in 150 and 3. That 150 and 3 matching a track record for 4-year-old trotting stallions. Uncle Peter did that 13 years ago, so it's been a while we've seen a stallion go this fast. And that is your Sebastian K. free-for-all winner, making his way back to the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle now. Number 2, Nordic Catcher. Congrats there to Nordic Catcher. More on him in just a moment. First, we have the rundown. Number 1, Hill Exotic finished 3rd. 2, Nordic Catcher, the race winner. 3, Lexus Cody finished 5th. 4, Mercery Darrow was 6th. Number 5, Sir Pinocchio finished 4th. 6, Benjamin Hanover was 7th. And number 7, Resolve to Win, finished 2nd. Number 8, Conversano was scratched. Top down reads 315-6472 scratch. Race winner number 2, Nordic Catcher, and winning time 150 and 3. And not only was that marked by Uncle Peter in 2013, a track record, but it is also a world record for trotters, 4-year-old stallions on the 5/8 oval. So that also goes to Nordic Catcher, that honor. So congratulations for a world record matching performance there for Oka and Nordic Catcher. And we're going to get an interview, I believe, with Oka in just a moment. Actually, Jess Otten's going to be down there with Sarah Svanstedt talking about a Nordic Catcher.
Nordic Catcher takes the Sebastian K. Invitational. I'm standing by with Sarah Svanstedt. First and foremost, Sarah, it's nice to see you in the winner's circle.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here too.
Let's talk a little bit about Nordic Catcher. This is just his 3rd start back after a little injury last year. Maybe just talk me through the beginning part of his year.
I mean, it's just great to have him back. It was very heartbreaking that he got injured in the Hambletonian last year, and you had a great horse and your heart just breaks. So the process to bring him back and all the rehab he had to do and you making it back is just like no words for it. I'm very happy and proud of him.
I remember standing in the winner's circle at the Hambletonian last year. Big, strong horse. I just watched him walk into the winner's circle again. He seems cool, calm, collected, bigger and stronger. Is that even possible?
He was big last year too, but the pacing part of him, you really can see it if you are close to him. And when I saw the watch of 25, I'm thinking it's a little bit pace blood showing up here, I think. So he has a tremendous gait and he's big and strong, and you come very far on that as a trotter.
Let's talk a little bit about that effort today. World and track record for the 4-year-old horse on the trotting side. There was a little bit of commotion in that first turn when I saw that pop up, a 25 and change. What was going through your mind? Because that's pretty quick for them.
Yeah, I saw that he was obviously leaving with him, and then 25, and the track is very nice here today, and the weather too, and I was thinking that he wanted to have a ride on a helmet with him, so everything worked out good, so it was a good race for him.
And he's trotted home nice and strongly, like we had mentioned, a track and world record. All systems go after this. Where is he going to head after this?
We were thinking about Canada, but we went here instead. And just because he's 4 and had the injury, you have to kind of take it step by step with him. So no really plans so far. So let's bring him home and look in the schedule tomorrow.
Well, congratulations on this. Good luck the rest of the way today.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Sarah Svanstedt, Nordic Catcher, world and track record, 150-3.
Thanks to Jess Otten. Thanks to Sarah Svanstedt for the interview there. And again, matching a world and track record, Nordic Catcher. 6th race coming up in 6 minutes. James M. Lynch Memorial Consolation 1 on the pace for 3-year-old fillies purse, $125,000. Exact trifecta super. No changes. Race 6 minutes till post. Underway in the Sebastian K. Sir Pinocchio steps out for the early lead by a long neck, joined on the inside by Nordic Catcher, also Hill Exotic, and now Nordic Catcher surges past. Parked on the outside is Sir Pinocchio. Lexus Cody comes up second over, while Hill Exotic is in the pocket. It's about 4 back to 5th in Mercer Deal. He's followed by Benjamin Hanover in the early trailer. Resolve to win. Nordic Catcher holding down the fort as they come to the quarter-mile marker in 25-4. Those are trotters, folks. Nordic Catcher on top early on. Here comes Lexus Cody brushing for Yannick Gingras, and the favorite taking over from Nordic Catcher. Back on the inside is Hill Exotic third, followed there by Sir Pinocchio, who started well. 5th is Mercer Deal, and then after that, Benjamin Hanover and the trailer Resolve to win. So Lexus Cody took over on the front stretch, moseys to the half-mile marker, which he reaches in 54-1, 28-2, second panel. Fractions are unforgiving here as they move to the back stretch. Lexus Cody up by a length. Gingras not asking at the moment. Nordic Catcher poised right in behind him. Hill Exotic is only 2 back in third. Nothing coming on the outside yet. Sir Pinocchio fourth. Now here comes Resolve to win, picking off horses for Andrew McCarthy. Behind that in 6th is Mercer Deal and the trailer Benjamin Hanover. And now out of the pocket comes Nordic Catcher to take over from Lexus Cody. 3/4, 123-1, 29 even third panel. Nordic Catcher back on top of Lexus Cody. That's Resolve to win with Todd McCarthy now within 2 of the lead. Further back, Hill Exotic looking for room. Sir Pinocchio trying to rev up again. Top of the stretch, it's Nordic Catcher, and Svanstedt has to look back to see his competition. Well back to Resolve to win second, but this is Nordic Catcher showing that Hambo form. Nordic Catcher wins here by 3. What a performance. The 4-year-old Nordic Catcher takes it in race number 5, matching a world record in the process. How about Resolve to win? Big long shot for the second place finish there, just kept coming, and nice effort by that one, trained by Enrico Robinson, who does a lot of work here at Pocono. Hill Exotic finishing third. Look at that horse, 95-1, longest shot on the board, finishing second. So even with the second choice winning, you're getting some value here today. 6th race coming up in 3 minutes. That's Consolation 1 for the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace. Purse $125,000. No changes. Right now, number 3, P&G Shadow getting the betting love. Mark McDonald on the bike for Ian Moore. This one coming off a win at Woodbine, 150 flat with a 26-2 late kick. Also 2-1, 5 Fabulous Hanover. She's the morning line favorite. Scott Zeron for Nancy Tactor was facing those really good pacing fillies at the Meadowlands, many of whom we're going to see later in the finals of the Lynch. So we'll see if the class helps her out. Number 6, Spoonfed at 5-1, coming off back-to-back wins at the Meadows. 1 Lavender Sealster 6-1, another Canadian Invader, also trained by Ian Moore, and actually had this one as the morning line second choice over PNG Shadow, the third choice. So right now PNG Shadow getting more attention. At 9-1, number 4, Say Goodnight, Tyler Buter for Nick DeVita, 2 guys who do real well at Pocono. Say Goodnight has had about a month off, but won the last time she was here at Pocono in July.
You've got at 9-1 there, now 8-1 Say Goodnight. Number 2, Imagine Heaven, 11-1. Another one coming from Pocono, win place in back-to-back overnight races for Hunter Oaks. Towards the outside, 7, Kilauea Hanover is coming off back-to-back seconds at the Meadows, and 8 On Air coming off a win at Harrah's in her last, I should say. Morning line 5-1-3-4, 5's 2-1 right now. Fabulous Hanover. Brian McAvoy 1-6-4-5 likes Lavender Sealster, who right now is 6-1. 2 minutes till post for the 6th. Pacers on the track, 6th race at Pocono, 1 Lavender Sealster, owned by Lavender Sealster Stable, trainer Ian Moore, driver Todd McCarthy. Number 2, Imagine Heaven, owned by Flying A Racing Stable, Lucky Strike and Oaks, trainer Hunter Oaks, driver Jason Bartlett. 3, P&G Shadow, owned by Dr. Ian Moore, R.G. McGroup Limited, and Serge Savard, trainer Ian Moore, driver Mark McDonald. 4, Say Goodnight, owned by David M. Glenn Phillips, trainer Nick DeVita, driver Tyler Buter. 5, Fabulous Hanover, owned by Marvin and Lynn Katz, Daniel Plouffe, trainer Nancy Tactor, driver Scott Zeron. 6, Spoonfed, owned by Jan and Doug Snyder, trainer Doug Snyder, driver Dave Pallone. Number 7, Kilauea Hanover, owned by Jacobs Creek Racing LLC, John Dieters, trainer Norm Parker, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. And 8, On Air, owned by Patricia Stables, Sipple, Zeeland, Gandolfo Stables, trainer Noel Daly, driver Andrew McCarthy. No changes, race 6, less than a minute until post. Last call, race 6, get him in. The starter is called. The 3-year-old pacing fillies to the gate for today's 6th race at Pocono. Consolation 1 for the James M. Lynch Memorial. Carries a purse of $125,000. And around the turn, there you go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch. And they are underway. Tight start here. Spoon-fed center of the track, stepping out towards the inside. P&G Shadow down to the pylons. Lavender Sealster there. 3 across. Spoon-fed takes a slight lead. P&G Sealster fighting for it. Lavender Sealster is 3rd, followed there on the inside by Say Goodnight. And it's 2 back to 5th and Imagine Heaven. And in the bottom 3 here, Fabulous Hanover, Kilauea Hanover, and the trailer is On Air. And yet a break of stride by P&G Shadow. Quarter mile, 26 and 4, and the lead belongs here to Spoon-fed, a bit wide on that turn, and on the inside, up came Say Goodnight, but now there's the brush by Lavender Sealster, 3-5 favorite in front now for Todd McCarthy, past 3/8. Back to 2nd, Spoon-fed. Say Goodnight is 3rd. They move towards the turn. That is Imagine Heaven 4th. Then comes a Fabulous Hanover. Around the turn 6th there, Kilauea Hanover, followed by On Air, and the trailer after the earlier break, P&G Shadow. Half mile, 56 and 1, 29 and 2, second panel. So the pace under control here. They come to the backstretch. The lead a length here for Lavender Sealster. Now from 3rd, Say Goodnight is brushing for Tyler Buter, and he's coming up strong on Lavender Sealster. Spoon-fed tight in the pocket, hoping for a second move. Second over is Fabulous Hanover, but struggling to get closer on her inside, Imagine Heaven. Then it's Kilauea Hanover outside On Air, and way back to P&G Sealster. Say Goodnight taking the lead from Lavender Sealster. 3/4, 26 and 4. Big move by Say Goodnight, now extends that lead to 2. Lavender Sealster 2nd, trying to rebound. Further back to Spoon-fed, not coming on. And then after that, Imagine Heaven 4th. Top of the stretch, it's Say Goodnight, and her lead is 2.5 lengths. Lavender Sealster trying to get back at her, but not really gaining. Tyler Buter making sure, and it's Say Goodnight slowing down at the line. Lavender Sealster trying to get there, she won't. Say Goodnight holds tight for the victory. Lavender Sealster 2nd, Spoon-fed 3rd, Imagine Heaven much further back 4th. Say Goodnight, indeed, in 150 and 1. Well, maybe if you're a national harness racing fan tuning in here, you might not know the exploits of Tyler Buter. Then again, you might, but he has been the meet's leading driver. He was last year here at Pocono, again this year, and he comes up big here on Sun Stakes Saturday with Say Goodnight, taking over from the favorite Lavender Sealster on the back stretch, even though it was a pretty well-rated pace. And then at the end, she tires a little bit, but Say Goodnight gets the victory at 6-1. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race 6. Number 4, Say Goodnight, finished 1st. Number 1, Lavender Sealster, finished 2nd. Number 6, Spoon-fed, finished 3rd. Number 2, Imagine Heaven, finished 4th. Unofficially 4-1-6-2 in race 6. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle, unofficial winner of today's 6th race. It's Consolation 1 for the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace, and it's number 4, Say Goodnight, 3-year-old bay filly by Poppy Rob Hanover out of One Last Kits by Arts Place. She's bred by Steve Jones of New York, owned by David Ham, Dagsboro, Delaware, Glenn Phillips of Frankfort, Delaware. Nick DeVita is the trainer. Tyler Buter, Pocono's meets leading driver, is the driver. And Say Goodnight, 6-1 here this afternoon. This is her first race in a month, but she won here the last time she was here 2 starts ago. Now has 3 wins in 7 this year, 5 lifetime, and her career earnings taking a jump now over $284,000. A mile 150 and 1 for number 4, Say Goodnight. There's going to be an inquiry on the unofficial third-place finisher, number 6, Spoon-Fed, for a possible interference violation. So keep that in mind and hold all mutual tickets. Won't affect your unofficial winner, number 4, Say Goodnight. Judges found no reason to place number 6, Spoon-Fed, in race number 6. 4162 will hold as the superfecta. Results of race 6 now are official. The rundown: number 1, Lavender Sealster, finished second. 2, Imagine Heaven was fourth. 3, P&G Shadow was eighth. 4, Say Goodnight, the race winner. Number 5, Fabulous Hanover, finished fifth. 6, Spoonfed was third. Number 7, Kilauea Hanover, finished sixth. And 8, On Air was seventh. Top down 248, 15367. Race winner number 4, Say Goodnight, winning time 150 and 1/5. Race number 7 is coming up in 11 minutes. It's the Delmonica Hanover 3-year-old trotting fillies consolation 1. Purse $125,000. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Just some equipment notes in this 7th race. Number 1, Rose Run Brook. Number 4, Maya Patel Hanover. Number 6, Busy Miss Lissy, and number 7, Ginger Tree Lex. All will be racing without shoes. So no shoes for 1, 4, 6, and 7 in race 7. 11 minutes till post time. And they are underway. Tight start here. Spoonfed, center of the track, stepping out towards the inside. P&G Shadow down at the pylons. Lavender Sealster there. 3 across. Spoonfed takes a slight lead. P&G Sealster fighting for it. Lavender Sealster is third, followed there on the inside by Say Goodnight. And it's 2 back to 5th and Imagine Heaven. And then the bottom 3 here, Fabulous Hanover, Kilauea Hanover, and the trailer is On Air. And yet a break of stride by P&G Shadow. Quarter mile, 26 and 4, and the lead belongs here to Spoonfed, a bit wide on that turn, and on the inside, up came Say Goodnight, but now there's the brush by Lavender Sealster, 3-5 favorite in front now for Todd McCarthy, past 3/8. Back to second, Spoonfed. Say Goodnight is third. They move towards the turn. That is Imagine Heaven fourth. Then comes a Fabulous Hanover. Around the turn 6th there, Kilauea Hanover, followed by On Air, and the trailer after the earlier break, P&G Shadow. Half mile, 56 and 1, 29 and 2, second panel. So the pace under control here. They come to the backstretch. The lead a length here for Lavender Sealster. Now from third, Say Goodnight is brushing for Tyler Buter, and he's coming up strong on Lavender Sealster. Spoonfed tight in the pocket, hoping for a second move. Second over is Fabulous Hanover, but struggling to get closer on her inside, Imagine Heaven. Then it's Kilauea Hanover, outside On Air, and way back to P&G Sealster. Say Goodnight taking the lead from Lavender Sealster, 3/4, 26 and 4. Big move by Say Goodnight, now extends that lead to 2. Lavender Sealster second, trying to rebound. Further back to Spoonfed, not coming on. And then after that, Imagine Heaven fourth. Top of the stretch, it's Say Goodnight, and her lead is 2.5 lengths. Lavender Sealster trying to get back at her, but not really gaining. Tyler Buter making sure, and it's Say Goodnight slowing down at the line. Lavender Sealster trying to get there, she won't. Say Goodnight holds tight for the victory. Say Goodnight with the blitz on the back stretch. Took over the lead from the favorite Lavender Sealster, and only at the end did she relent a little bit of the margin, but she, bottom line, gets the win at 6-1. So we've seen nice prices throughout the day here so far. 6 races in, we have had just one betting favorite win. Race 7 is 8 minutes away, and it's the consolation 1 for the Delmonica Hanover 3-year-old trotting fillies. Again, numbers 1, 4, 6, and 7, all racing without shoes in this race. And number 6, Busy Miss Lissy, bet down from 3-1 to even money. It's Dexter Dunn for Oka Svanstedt. Oka already with a couple training wins here today. Busy Miss Lissy coming from behind to win an elimination of the Hambletonian Oaks. And then only an 8th place finish in the finale. So she'll try to get a bounce back effort here, looking for her 3rd win of 2026. One of 3 Svanstedt trainees. You've got 5 all-time trot. Hasn't done much in her last few, but she likes this oval. She won a couple overnights here back in June. Jonathan Ollie gets the drive there. Meanwhile, the one that Oka drives himself is for Maya Patel Hanover. Win at Harris 2 starts ago, and then 3rd in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action in her last start, looking for her 3rd win this year. The morning line favorite. The morning favorite is number 2, Southwind Shaska. Tim Tetrick in the bike for Jim Oscarson. Right now she's only 4-1. Nice win at the Meadowlands in stakes action, 151-2 last time. That was her first victory of the year. So this one now trying to get 2 in a row, doing it on a 5/8. She won 6 of 10 last year at age 2. Some others in here, 8, Shimmering Hanover getting some attention. Luke Blay, the trainer, Yannick Gingras on the bike. How about 4 straight wins for this filly, 3 of them in Canada, and then last time in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes, 151-3, proved she could do it on a 5/8 oval. Daughter of Captain Corey in that race. Number 7, Ginger Tree Lex was a 5th place finisher, had hit the board her previous 4 races. Also in this field, number 1, Rose Run Brook, coming in off a win 2 starts ago at the Meadows and then a 3rd in Ohio last time. Mostly has been racing in Ohio. Number 3, Wendell Lynn, Hanover, back-to-back victories, 1 at Harrah's and 1 at the Meadows. The win at the Meadows in a Stallion Series race, so she's facing tougher competition. Morning line 2685 right now. 6 Busy Miss Lissy is 6-5 favorite. One note here: I've been told now that number 7 Ginger Tree Lex was originally announced as having no shoes for this race. Will be racing with shoes, so it's just the 1, the 4, and the 6 without shoes in race number 7. Trotters on the track, 7th race at Pocono, 1 Rose Run Brook, owned by First Up Racing Stable, trainer Vernon Beachy, driver Ronnie Wren Jr., 2 Southwind Shaska, owned by Oscarson Racing Stable Incorporated, Cummins and Sven H. Racing Inc., trainer Jim Oscarson, driver Tim Tetrick, 3 Wendell in Hanover, owned by William Hart, trainer Brittany Dillon, driver Todd McCarthy, 4 Maya Patel Hanover, owned by Okas Fonstedt Inc., Brittany Farms LLC, trainer driver Okas Fonstedt, 5 All-Time Trot, owned by Midnight Sun Partners, Inc., trainer Okas Fonstedt, driver Jonathan Ollie. Number 6, Busy Miss Lissy, owned by Panamera Racing, trainer Okas Fonstedt, driver Dexter Dunn. 7 Ginger Tree Lex, owned by Beagle, Ginger Tree Ventures, Knollview Stable, and Reber, trainer Stephen Cook, driver Andrew McCarthy. Number 8, Shimmering Hanover, owned by Determination, trainer Luke Blay, driver Yannick Gingras. Again, note in this 7th race, numbers 1, 4, 6 will be racing without shoes. Brian McAvoy's selections here, 2865. Likes 2 Southwind Shaska right now, 3-1 second choice. 1 minute till post for race 7. Last call, race 7, get 'em in. The starter is called. The 3-year-old trotting fillies to the gate for today's 7th race at Poconos, Consolation 1 for the Delmonica Hanover, and the purse is $125,000. And around the turn they go. The trotters have reached the backstretch. And they are underway. Busy Miss Lissy leaving center of the track. She's joined there by Maya Patel, who actually out-trots her early there. Maya Patel, Hanover. Up on the outside comes Ginger Tree Lex looking for the lead. Busy Miss Lissy into third, followed by Southwind Shaska nestled at the pylons. Parked out fifth, Shimmering Hanover. She's followed by Rose Run Brook. And then seventh is Wendell and Hanover. All-time trot is the trailer. Had a break of stride early by Busy Miss Lissy. Quarter mile, 26 and 2. They're on the hop here. Lead right now belongs to Ginger Tree Lex. Andrew McCarthy aggressive with her. Now going to slow things down into the wind. Pocket belongs to Maya Patel, Hanover. Single file they roll. Southwind Shaska third. Next up is Shimmering Hanover. Horses really coming up on one another with a slow pace. Now Shimmering Hanover has enough of that. She comes first over. Rose Run Brook is fifth, followed by All-Time Trot. Further back to the trailers there, Busy Miss Lissy, and also off stride went Wendell and Hanover. Half mile, 56 and 2, 30 even second panel. So Andrew McCarthy with some sleight of hand on the front end with Ginger Tree Lex. Now going to have to speed it up because Shimmering Hanover right in the face of the leader. In the pocket still there, Maya Patel, Hanover now second over. Out comes Southwind Shaska just a length back. On the inside, Rose Run Brook third over sixth. All-Time Trot is showing trot. And further back there to Busy Miss Lissy. 3/4, 124 and 2, 28 even third panel. Now it's Shimmering Hanover on top. Southwind Shaska looking to move on her. Comes to the outside for Tetrick. Big late moves now for both All-Time Trot and Busy Miss Lissy getting back in the race. Top of the stretch. Now it's Southwind Shaska battling with Shimmering Hanover. Busy Miss Lissy incredibly getting back into this thing. Busy Miss Lissy broke earlier. She comes up on Southwind Shaska, and we've got a photo for the win in race number 7. Too close to call. Busy Miss Lissy incredibly getting back into it after the early break. Southwind Shaska was trying to hold. Wait for the picture, mile 152 and 4. You'll see that in overnight races every now and again. A heavy favorite breaks early, gets back into it. You do not usually see it in $125,000 trots, and especially because that second panel was relatively soft, so it wasn't easy closing here, but Busy Miss Lissy coming on strong. Let's see if she does nip Southwind Shaska at the very end of the mile. Looks like she might have. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race 7. Number 6, Busy Miss Lissy finished first. Number 2, Southwind Shaska finished second. Number 1, Rose Run Brook finished third. Number 8, Shimmering Hanover finished fourth. Unofficially 6-2-1-8 in race 7. Do note there will be an inquiry on the unofficial first place finisher, number 6, Busy Miss Lissy. Possible violation of the braking rule. That's an automatic when you have a horse in the top 4 who made a break at one point during a race, gets into the top 4. Judges are always going to look at that, so hold all mutual tickets here for race 7. We'll also hold off on talking about the unofficial first place finisher until that inquiry is complete to make sure that she does not come down here.
Judges have found no violation on behalf of number 6, Busy Miss Lissy. So now we can talk about her, the unofficial winner of race 7, 3-year-old trotting fillies Delmonico Hanover Consolation 1 is number 6, Busy Miss Lissy, 3-year-old brown filly by Calgary Games out of Hills Angel by Muscle Hill, bred by Panamera Racing of Delaware, also owned by Panamera Racing of Tappermo, Delaware, that's Denmark, not Delaware. And the trainer, Oka Svanstedt, that's now 3 training wins for him on the day. Dexter Dunn in the bike, Busy Miss Lissy, the favorite at 3 to 5. I mean, just an incredible effort. Was 7th early on because of the break of stride. Caught pretty quick, but still a ton of ground to make up. She gets her 3rd win in 7 this year. Remember, she won one of the eliminations for the Hamiltonian Oaks. 9 wins in 16 lifetime. The career earnings now taking a jump over 200, make that over $341,000. Time of the mile, 1:52.4 for number 6, Busy Miss Lissy. Results of the 7th race now are official. The rundown: number 1, Rose Run Brook finished 3rd. 2, Southwind Shaska was 2nd. Number 3, Wendell in Hanover finished 7th. 4, Maya Patel Hanover was 5th. Number 5, All Time Trot finished 6th. 6, Busy Miss Lissy, the race winner. Number 7, Ginger Tree Lex finished 8th. And 8, Shimmering Hanover was 4th. Top down 3-2-7, 5-6-1, 8-4. Race winner, number 6, Busy Miss Lissy. Winning time, 1:52 4/5. Race number 8 is 10 minutes away. This is the Consolation 1 for the Max C. Hemp Memorial Pace 3-year-old Open. Purse $200,000. Exact trifecta, superfecta. There are no changes. However, there is a line to announce for number 6, Sweet Joel. Want to read that line off to you. Sweet Joel raced on August 18, 2025. 5th race of the night at Yonkers on the half-mile oval. The purse was $21,000. The track fast that night, 82 degrees with no track variant. Sweet Joel used the medication Lasix as always. The race was for Colts Horses Geldings, non-winners of 2 parimutuel races. Fractional times 28-1 the quarter, 57.5, 125 even 3/4. Winning time was 1:52 4. Sweet Joel left from the outside post number 8 in a field of 8, was 2nd at the quarter, a length and a half back, 2nd at the half, a length and a half back, 1st on the outside at 3/4, a nose in front, 1st at the top of the stretch, a length and a half in front, and won the race, finishing 1st by a length and a quarter. Paced the final quarter 27-4, paced the mile 1:52-4, went off $7.24 to $1. Matt Kikali was the driver, Travis Alexander was the trainer. The competition line: Sweet Joel finished 1st, Adonis Blue Chip finished 2nd, and He Is Stingin' finished 3rd. There were 8 horses in that race. So there's the line to announce for 6, Sweet Joel in the 8th, which is 9 minutes away. All-time trot is showing trot, and further back there to Busy Miss Lissy. 3/4, 1:24-2, 28 even 3rd panel. Now it's Shimmering Hanover on top. Southwind Shaska looking to move on her. Comes to the outside for Tetrick. Big late moves now for both All-Time Trot and Busy Miss Lissy getting back in the race. Top of the stretch. Now it's Southwind Shaska battling with Shimmering Hanover. Busy Miss Lissy incredibly getting back into this thing. Busy Miss Lissy broke earlier. She comes up on Southwind Shaska, and we've got a photo for the win. How about the effort there by Busy Miss Lissy? Like we said, you see that in some overnight races, non-winners 1, non-winners 2, things like that. Not often in a field of that caliber, but that's what she did. How about Rose Run Brook? We've seen this a few times today. Big long shots finishing 3rd. The longest shot on the board, 95-1 for the 3rd spot. Race 8 minutes away, and it's Consolation 1 for the Max C. Hemp Memorial Pace 3-year-old Open Pacers. Purse $200,000 for a consolation. Gotta love it.
And no changes. We mentioned that line to announce Sweet Joel, the 6-horse, again, the last August 18th, so that was last Tuesday, coming up with the victory at Yonkers and getting it done 152 and 4, 27 and 4. It was her second win in 6 tries this year. So now, obviously, stepping up in competition, second win in 16 tries this year, I should say, for this gelding. And we'll see if Sweet Joel can make that step up. He's 13-1. The favorite right now is 4 Frantic Hanover, Tim Tetrick, 4 Ron Burke. Frantic Hanover third in the Tompkins race at the Meadowlands last time in 148 even. You see the times constantly in that 148, 149 range. Hasn't won in a bit, and as a matter of fact has not won yet this year after big earnings a year ago. So is today the day for a breakout for Frantic Hanover, trained by Ron Burke. The other Burke trainee is number 5, Watch 'Em Win. Ronnie Wren will do the honors there. Coming off a nice overnight win at Harrah's in the slop. He's won 3 of his last 4 starts. Also had success in Delaware this year, and he's earned more than anybody else in this field in 2026. Watch him win right now at 5-1. Number 3, Apocalypse Blue Chip, 9-2. Likes it at Pocono. Had a nice win here 2 starts ago, sub 150. Followed that up with a win at the Meadowlands, also going below 150. Number 1, Treacherous Lou, another one who likes this oval. He's won his last 2 starts here, including an overnight last week in 149 and 2 for the trainer Bob Cleary, as James McDonald will do the honors there. Others in here, number 2, Ty Hanover, coming off a win at the fair in his last start, and the Mitchell York trainee will try to get it done for his 5th win overall this year. Number 7, Louisville, this one coming off back-to-back seconds at the Red Mile for trainer Nancy Tactor. At 8, Really Bright, a regular here at Pocono, but it's been a big slump out of the money in 6 in a row. Morning line here, 4-1-3-7. The 4 is the 9-5 favorite right now, Frantic Hanover. 6 minutes until post time for race number 8.
Pacers are on the track for today's 8th race at Pocono. One Treacherous Lou, owned by Royal Wire Products Inc. Trainer Bob Cleary, driver James McDonald. 2 Ty Hanover, owned by Mitchell and Aaron York. Trainer Mitchell York, driver Dexter Dunn. 3 Apocalypse Blue Chip, owned by Country Club Acres, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, and Joe Bongiorno, trainer driver Joe Bongiorno. 4 Frantic Hanover, owned by Burke Racing Stable, and Grant Knox Services Weaver Buscemi, trainer Ron Burke, driver Tim Tetrick. 5 Watch 'em Win, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Phil Calora, Weaver Buscemi, trainer Ron Burke, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. 6 Sweet Joel, owned by M-Spec Stables, Fiddler's Creek Stables, Alexander Racing Stable, Tario Racing, trainer Travis Alexander, driver Jason Bartlett. 7 Louisville, owned by Lemon Drop Racing, Joe Spracco, JAF Racing, RAW Equine, and Tactor, trainer Nancy Tactor, driver Scott Zeron. Number 8 Really Bright, owned by Howard Taylor, Chuck Pompey, trainer Hunter Oaks, driver Tyler Buter. No changes, race 8. Brian McAvoy's picks 4-1-3-5, likes Frantic Hanover, the even money favorite, less than a minute until post time. Last call, race 8, get him in.
The starter is called. The 3-year-old Open Pacers to the gate for today's 8th race at Pocono Consolation 1 for the Max C. Hemp Memorial. Purse $200,000. And around the turn they go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway. Frantic Hanover pokes ahead out in front in the early strides, joined on the inside by Treacherous Lou. In between horses, Apocalypse Blue Chip. They're 3 across, and on the inside, slight edge now for Treacherous Lou. Ty Hanover away, 4 back in 4th, followed there by Watch 'Em Win. It's another 2 back to Sweet Joel. After that comes Louisville, and the early trailer Really Bright. Meanwhile, up front, Frantic Hanover now takes that lead back and gets to the quarter in 26 even. Onto the front stretch, Tim Tetrick with Frantic Hanover now in charge. On top by a length, Treacherous Lou. James McDonald led briefly there. Now work that pocket seat. Third on the inside, Apocalypse Blue Chip as they hit the teeth of that wind on the front stretch. Ty Hanover is 4th, followed by Watch 'Em Win. From the back, you've got Louisville moving to the outside for Zeron, going past Sweet Joel. Really Bright is the trailer. On their way to the half, Frantic Hanover reaching there in 54 and 4, 28 and 4, second panel. To the backstretch straightaway. Frantic Hanover leads it by a length. Tim Tetrick still mellow in the bike. Pocket belongs there to Treacherous Lou, followed on the inside there by Apocalypse Blue Chip. The first over now coming from Watch 'Em Win, and Wren, he's within 4 and still gaining. And now out to catch that cover, Ty Hanover. Sweet Joel scoots up the pylon 6th, further back to Louisville and Really Bright. Still Frantic Hanover on top. Tetrick trying to get more out of him. 3/4, 122 and 1, 27 and 4, third panel. That's Watch 'Em Win putting the pressure on Frantic Hanover. Stablemates going toe-to-toe. Second over, Ty Hanover is a threat. Still in the pocket, Treacherous Lou. They're bunched up at the top of the stretch. On the outside, Watch 'Em Win still holding there, Frantic Hanover. And outside, Ty Hanover trying to get there. Ty Hanover coming up on Watch 'Em Win. Ty Hanover is 44 to 1, and he's your winner for Dexter Dunn. More upsets today. Second was Watch 'Em Win. It was Treacherous Lou third, Sweet Joel fourth, Ty Hanover shrapnel from the tote board, 150 and 1. Well, winning at the Washington Fair is not usually a springboard to winning on Sun Stakes Saturday, but that's the journey that Ty Hanover took to coming up with the win here. He picks up the cover of Watch 'Em Win, goes past, and shocks him, 44 to 1. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish. Race number 8, number 2, Ty Hanover finished first. Number 5, Watch 'Em Win finished second. Number 1, Treacherous Lou finished third. Number 6, Sweet Joel finished fourth. Unofficially 2-5-1-6 in race number 8. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle, unofficial winner of today's 8th race, Consolation 1 for the Max C. Hemp Memorial Pace, is number 2, Ty Hanover, 3-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry out of Tempest Blue Chip by Better's Delight, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Inc. of Pennsylvania, owned by Mitchell and Aaron York of Cranberry, Pennsylvania. Mitchell York, the trainer. Dexter Dunn getting a hug from one of the owners there. He's the driver. He's got 2 straight on the card. And how about Ty Hanover, 44 to 1. Again, his last race was a victory on the fair circuit here in Pennsylvania. It's his 5th win in 16 overall this year, 9 lifetime wins, career earnings over $278,000, and new lifetime mark, 150 and 1. Number 2, Ty Hanover, in a surprise to say the least. Results of the 8th race are now official. The rundown: number 1, Treacherous Lou finished 3rd. 2, Ty Hanover, the race winner. Number 3, Apocalypse Blue Chip finished 7th. 4, Frantic Hanover was 6th. Number 5, Watch 'Em Win finished 2nd. 6, Sweet Joel was 4th. Number 7, Louisville finished 5th. And the 8, Really Bright, was 8th. From the top down, 317, 624, 58. The race winner is number 2, Ty Hanover, in a winning time of 150 and 1/5. On to race number 9 now, 12 minutes away. The 9th race is Consolation 1 for the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot, purse $200,000. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. It's the start of the dollar pick 3. Let's talk about the wagering for a moment. First of all, the pick 3 has a guaranteed payout of $5,000. Also, nobody hits the Superfecta out of the entire betting public, and there's a lot of eyes on us today, so that's something. And so you've got to carry over $3,500.80 is in the Superfecta pool for this 9th race. In the 9th race, just some equipment notes here. Number 4, Highland Destiny will be racing without shoes. Number 8, Practical Man will be racing without hind shoes. 11 minutes until post time, race number 9. Stretch. And they are underway. Frantic Hanover pokes ahead out in front in the early strides, joined on the inside by Treacherous Lou. In between horses, Apocalypse Blue Chip. They're 3 across, and on the inside, slight edge now for Treacherous Lou. Ty Hanover away, 4 back in 4th, followed there by Watch 'Em Win. It's another 2 back to Sweet Joel. After that comes Louisville, and the early trailer Really Bright. Meanwhile, up front, Frantic Hanover now takes that lead back and gets to the quarter in 26 even. Onto the front stretch, Tim Tetrick with Frantic Hanover now in charge. On top by a length, Treacherous Lou, James McDonald led briefly there. Now work that pocket seat. 3rd on the inside, Apocalypse Blue Chip as they hit the teeth of that wind on the front stretch. Ty Hanover is 4th, followed by Watch 'Em Win. From the back, you've got Louisville moving to the outside for Zeron, going past Sweet Joel. Really Bright is the trailer. On their way to the half, Frantic Hanover reaching there in 54 and 4, 28 and 4, second panel. To the back stretch straightaway. Frantic Hanover leads it by a length. Tim Tetrick still mellow in the bike. Pocket belongs there to Treacherous Lou. Followed on the inside there by Apocalypse Blue Chip. The first over now coming from Watch 'Em Win and Wren. He's within 4 and still gaining. And now out to catch that cover, Ty Hanover. Sweet Joel scoots up the pylon 6th. Further back to Louisville and Really Bright. Still Frantic Hanover on top. Tetrick trying to get more out of him. 3/4, 122 and 1. 27 and 4, third panel. That's Watch 'Em Win, putting the pressure on Frantic Hanover. Stablemates going toe-to-toe. Second over, Ty Hanover is a threat. Still in the pocket, Treacherous Lou. They're bunched up at the top of the stretch. On the outside, Watch 'Em Win still holding there, Frantic Hanover. And outside, Ty Hanover trying to get there. Ty Hanover coming up on Watch 'Em Win. Ty Hanover is 44 to 1, and he's your winner for Dexter Dunn. Most peculiar mama, as John Lennon once sang. That's what we can say about the results so far here today. We've had a 38 to 1 winner, a 44 to 1 winner. In the meantime, only 2 betting favorites have won so far on the card. Nobody hits the Superfecta in race 8. Weird Wild stuff, and let's see what we have in store. We're still coming up on those huge 3-year-old races. Meanwhile, we've got one more consolation in the 9th. It's the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Consolation 1, and the purse $200,000 on the trot. Again, number 4, Highland Destiny without shoes, and number 8, Practical Man with no hind shoes. A lot of these horses know each other in this field. Several of them were in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action last week at the Meadows. Of those, 4 Highland Destiny had a 2nd place finish, best of the rest behind Geologic. This one unraced as a 2-year-old has 4 wins and 9 for trainer Nancy Tactor. From the same race, number 3 Captain Vodka with a 5th place finish. Then you've got 3 of them that were in a race won by Minoan, and of course we're going to see Minoan in the big Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot later. And number 6 Overseer nearly stole that race at 17 to 1, leading most of the way for Charlie Norris before retiring behind Minoan, just 3 parts of a length back. Overseer likes this Pocono Oval, has several wins here this year, so we'll see if the home field advantage helps him. Also in that race last week, number 2 Hamlet Hall was a 4th place finisher, and number 7 Jim Beam finished 5th. Then there are a couple that were at the Meadowlands 2 weeks back in the Muscle Hill Series, and number 5, Nix Nacken, broke stride early in a split and then managed to make it back for 5th for trainer Marcus Melander. This horse had a 150 even trot earlier this year, so it could really boogie. That's faster than anybody else in this field. And if he can shake the brakes, could be dangerous. Dexter Dunn has won the last 2 races on the card here and will try to make it 3 in a row. Same race where he broke and finished 5th. Number 8, Practical Man, was 4th, but that was from an inside post. So kind of the one who's kind of squeezing his way into this field that hasn't seen a lot of the other ones is number 1, Requiem. This one, the second choice morning line. Matt Burkholder, the trainer, last start at Lexington from a number 8 post, goes gate to wire and wins in 151-1. And he's earned more than anybody else in this field this year. So pretty classy one, Requiem right now. The second choice morning line 5147. 5 Nix Nacken is 2-5 favorite. 7 minutes till post for race 9.
Trotters on the track for today's 9th race at Pocono 1 Requiem, owned by Dark Horse Farm LLC. Trainer Matt Burkholder, driver Andrew McCarthy. 2 Hamlet Hall, owned by George Romanoff, Martin Gary, Thomas Klosky Jr., trainer Norm Parker, driver Dave Pallone. 3 Captain Vodka, owned by J.L. Sadowski LLC. Baggett and Baggett, trainer Bob Baggett Jr., driver Yannick Gingras. 4 Island Destiny, owned by Highland Thoroughbred Farm, trainer Nancy Tactor, driver Scott Zeron. 5 Nick's Knackin, owned by Courant Inc., trainer Marcus Melander, driver Dexter Dunn. 6 Overseer, owned by Norris, Hemp, Zito, and Sauter, trainer and driver Charlie Norris. 7 Jim Beam, owned by Alan Wank, trainer Scott D. Domenico, driver Tim Tetrick. And number 8 Practical Man, owned by Joseph Smith, trainer Tom Fanning, driver Jordan Stratton. In the 9th race, equipment notes, number 4 Highland Destiny with no shoes, number 8 Practical Man with no hind shoes. Brian McVoy's picks 5-1-6-7, likes 5 Nick's Knackin, who's the 4-5 favorite. 2 minutes till post for race number 9. Last call, race 9, get him in.
The starter is called. The 3-year-old trotters to the gate for today's 9th race at Pocono. This is Consolation 1 for the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot, carrying a purse of $200,000. And around the turn they go. The trotters have reached the backstretch, and they are underway. Requiem at the pylons, leaving quickly. Highland Destiny goes along with him, and now Highland Destiny takes the lead. Up comes Nick Nacken into third. Down at the pylons is Hamlet Hall. Then comes Captain Vodka tucking in fifth. You have a parked out Jim Beam in sixth, followed by Overseer and the early trailer Practical Man. Highland Destiny now leads it. They are single file and all flat as they come to the quarter-mile marker, getting there in 27-1. To the front stretch, it's Scott Zeron with Highland Destiny leading the way. Looks like Requiem itchy in the pocket. He doesn't want to sit around, makes the move for Andrew McCarthy and takes that lead into the win. Back in third is Nick Snacken. That's the even money favorite. You've got a launch from Captain Vodka now coming up first over, trying to force some cover, and he will from Nick Snacken. Back on the inside is Hamlet Hall, third over, sixth in the air, Jim Beam. Further back to Overseer and Practical Man. Half mile 55 and 4, 28 and 3, second panel. Pretty good clip here being laid down by Requiem. Pressure from Nick Snacken, just a half length back for Dunn. Highland Destiny tight in the pocket. Then a gap to Hamlet Hall, moving up slightly on the inside. On the outside, Captain Vodka fifth, about 4.5 back. Next up is Jim Beam, and then gapped out further there, Overseer and Practical Man. That lead is down to a head now for McCarthy with Requiem. 3/4 reached 123 even, 27-1 third panel. Nick Snacken just keeps coming on the outside, now takes a slight lead on Requiem. Highland Destiny right there in the pocket still. Further back looking to come out Hamlet Hall. Top of the stretch, Nick Snacken taking over there from Requiem. Out of the pocket, Highland Destiny now trying to move up. Inside is Hamlet Hall, but Nick Snacken has the jump. It's going to be Dexter Dunn again. This time with the favorite, Nick Snacken gets it done by 2 lengths. Highland Destiny second, Hamlet Hall third, Jim Beam fourth, Nick Snacken 151 and 1/5. Well, we're not even yet to the big races, quote-unquote big races, but there we had a new track record for 3-year-old trotting geldings laid down by Nick Snacken. Previous mark was 151 and 3/5, and that was with Pinkman back on July 4th, 2015, all the way back then. Today, Nick Snacken does 2/5 better than that with that big move to the front. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish. Race 9, number 5, Nick Snacken finished first. Number 4, Highland Destiny finished second. Number 2, Hamlet Hall finished third. Number 7, Jim Beam finished fourth. Unofficially 5-4-2-7 in race number 9. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle, unofficial winner of today's 9th race, Consolation 1 for the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot is number 5, Nick Snacken, 3-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Hill out of Nixie Volo by Yankee Glide, bred by Kentuckiana Farms LLC and Eddie Grant of Kentucky, owned by Courant Inc. of Delray Beach, Florida. Marcus Melander, the trainer. That's 3 straight on the card now for Dexter Dunn. And Nix Nacken, the even money favorite, was coming off a break of stride at the Meadowlands in his last start, but no issues today. Gets his 2nd win in 11 this year, his other coming at the Meadowlands back in June. It's his 5th lifetime victory. Career earnings for him now over $369,000. Trots the mile 151-1, and again, that is a new track record for 3-year-old trotting geldings here at Pocono, breaking the previous mark of 151-3. Congrats to number 5, Nix Nacken. Results of today's 9th race are official. Rundown: number 1, Requiem finished 5th. 2, Hamlet Hall was 3rd. Number 3, Captain Vodka finished 7th. 4, Highland Destiny was 2nd. Number 5, Nix Nacken, the race winner. 6, Overseer finished 8th. Number 7, Jim Beam was 4th, and 8, Practical Man was 6th. From the top down, it's 5, 3, 7, 2, 1, 8, 4, 6. Race winner number 5, Nix Nacken, in a winning time of 151-1. Race 10 is coming up next, and that's the first of our 4 quote-unquote finals for the 3-year-olds here today. We are talking about the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace coming up next. 3-year-old pacing fillies, purse $250,000. Exacta trifecta, 50-cent superfecta, 50-cent pick 4. And ladies and gentlemen, you do want to keep this in mind. We have a $20,000 guarantee for this pick 4, so have to get those wagers in before the start of the 10th. No changes race 10, 10 minutes until post time. Up comes Nix Nacken into 3rd. Down at the pylons is Hamlet Hall. Then comes Captain Vodka tucking in 5th. You have a parked out Jim Beam in 6th, followed by Overseer and the early trailer Practical Man. Highland Destiny now leads it. They are single file and all flat as they come to the quarter-mile marker, getting there in 27-1. To the front stretch, it's Scott Zeron with Highland Destiny leading the way. Looks like Requiem itchy in the pocket. He doesn't want to sit around, makes the move for Andrew McCarthy and takes that lead into the win. Back in 3rd is Nix Nacken. That's the even money favorite. You've got a launch from Captain Vodka now coming up first over, trying to force some cover, and he will from Nix Nacken. Back on the inside is Hamlet Hall, 3rd over, 6th in the air, Jim Beam. Further back to Overseer and Practical Man. Half mile 55-4, 28-3, second panel. Pretty good clip here being laid down by Requiem. Pressure from Nix Nacken, just a half length back for Dunn. Highland Destiny tight in the pocket. Then a gap to Hamlet Hall, moving up slightly on the inside. On the outside, Captain Vodka 5th, about 4.5 back. Next up is Jim Beam, and then gapped out further there, Overseer and Practical Man. That lead is down to a head now for McCarthy with Requiem. 3/4 reached 123 even, 27-1 third panel. Nix Nacken just keeps coming on the outside, now takes a slight lead on Requiem. Highland Destiny right there in the pocket still. Further back looking to come out Hamlet Hall. Top of the stretch, Nix Nacken taking over there from Requiem. Out of the pocket, Highland Destiny now trying to move up. Inside is Hamlet Hall, but Nix Nacken has the jump. It's going to be Dexter Dunn again. This time with the favorite, Nix Nacken gets it done by 2 lengths. Nix Nacken, again, a new track record for 3-year-old trotting geldings. Will that withstand when we get to the Beal? Maybe somebody will knock that off then. But for now, it's a new track record in race number 9. We're heading to race 10, the 3-year-old pacing fillies, the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace purse, $250,000. No changes in race number 10. Again, keep in mind you have the guarantee $20,000 for the pick 4. Jessica Otten's going to be handicapping this one in a little bit. So we are about 8 minutes away from post for race number 10. paces are on the track for today's 10th race at Pocono, the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace for 3-year-old fillies. Number 1 is Perfect Thought, owned by the stable Perfect Thought trainer Tim Twaddle, driver Mark McDonald. Perfect Thought coming off a win at Scioto in her last start, and she has hit the board in 6 races in a row. Number 2, Tall Dark Tequila, owned by Flying A Racing stable Chuck Pompey. Trainer is Hunter Oaks, a top trainer here at Pocono over the past several years. The driver Tyler Buter is the meets leading driver at Pocono. Tall Dark Tequila comes into this race 7 in a row in the money and 10 of 11 overall this year. Number 3, Make It Right, owned by Gary McCandless, Joanne Looney King, Larry Rathbone. Jim King Jr., the trainer, Andrew McCarthy, the driver. Make It Right coming in from Ocean Downs off a victory in her last start. It's her 5th win in 12 races this year, last time at Pocono, 2nd back in June in a Stallion Series race. Next up is number 4, Sangria Summer, owned by Determination. Trainer Luke Blay, driver James McDonald. Back-to-back victories for her. One was in Canada, and then she went to the Meadowlands, the Grade 3 Shady Daisy, and a huge late kick, as she had shown in her previous mile, 25 and 4, was able to pick up the victory in that one for the biggest victory of her career to this point. Number 5, Be Perfect BG, owned by Acurie CSL, the trainer Anthony Beaton, driver Dexter Dunn. He has won the last 3 races on the card here at Pocono, and he has won this race twice before, 2023 and 2025 with Twin Bee Fresh and Mickey and Minnie. Be Perfect BG coming off a 3rd behind Sangria Summer in her last race 2 races ago. A nice win in the Audio Volo at the Meadows. Number 6, Darlin's Angel, owned by Hot Lead Farm, trainer Juan Cano. Lauren Tritton doing the driving. Darlin's Angel 2nd behind Sangria Summer and just in front of Be Perfect BG in her last race at the Meadowlands. She's hit the board in every one of her 7 races this year. 7, Shikari, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Phil Calora, Zip It Racing Stable. Ron Burke is the meets leading trainer at Pocono. Yannick Gingras won this race 20 years ago with Darlin's Delight and now looks for his 2nd. Shikari comes in on a 3-race winning streak with victories at the Meadows and Scioto in that stretch. Last up is number 8, I'm a Lulu, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Carr, and Phil Calora, trainer Ron Burke. So Ron has the 7 and the 8 in here. Tim Teatrick will do the driving. Tim is a 4-time winner of the Lynch, getting it done in 2007, 2012, 2013, 2019. I'm a Lulu coming off back-to-back 2nd place finishes. Morning line 5467. Brian McAvoy 5647. Right now 4, Sangria Summer is the 2-to-1 favorite with less than a minute until post.
The first of 4 big ones on the track. The James Lynch Memorial for those 3-year-old pacing fillies. Really hard to go against what the tote board is telling us between the 1, the 4, the 5, and the 6, all taking action deservingly. So 3 of those horses exiting the same race at the Big M last time out in the Shady Daisy. Sangria Summer, Be Perfect BG, and Darlin's Angel. I'm going to try and beat all of them with the horse that's still taking money, but not as much as them. That's going to be Perfect Thought. 4-to-1 on the board right now. Mark McDonald's going to do the driving for Tim Twaddle. A very good off-the-pace effort sort of win over at Scioto Downs and against older mares. That's what catches my eye. She was the favorite that night, but she still had to put forth a good effort, and it was a winning effort. 27 flat, 151 and 1, and like I said, in against older. She's going to be able to maybe predict things off of the rail. She's got some speed, but she really can track down horses, and this track is playing quite fair today. A lot more horses maybe winning from off of the pace this year than in years past. I'm going to put her on top. She's 4-1 on the board right now. Even in that effort a couple of starts back, the Audio Volo over at the Meadows, she was locked in, nowhere to go until really late into the mile, and she got up for third behind Be Perfect, BGD, and Amalulu. So I'm going to put her on top, 9-2 on the board right now. Underneath, I think it's pretty logical after that with Sangria Summer, Be Perfect, BG, and Darlin's Angel, like I mentioned, all exiting that Shady Daisy race. Be Perfect, BG just come up a bit tired after having to do all the heavy lifting, park past the quarter 26, and then she put up the numbers after that and just got gunned down by Sangria Summer and Darlin's Angel. And this will be third start Lasix for Darlin's Angel from the Juan Cano Barn. She's won 4 of 7, and she really stepped up in a big way last time out, in my opinion. She had the lead going into the first turn. She sat the pocket behind Be Perfect BG, 26-1 on the end of it, and she was not really giving up either. I think Sangria Summer really just kind of tripped out behind her. So I'm going to use her underneath as well. She's 7-2 on the board, and I think Lauren Trenton has done a really, really nice job sitting behind this daughter of Captain Treacherous. And then, of course, Sangria Summer was there the night of the Nadia LaBelle. She really never had a chance to get to the leader until late. She ended up going off as the favorite that night, 50-2, 27-1, just getting beat by Topville Lucky. Kind of just outpaced her late in the stretch. Coming off of back-to-back wins, one at Mohawk, one in the Shady Daisy, and she had to work for every bit of that 25-4 last quarter. She's got post advantage on her other two main rivals, and of course with Perfect Thought to her inside. So I'm going to try 1-5-6-4 here in the James Lynch Memorial 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. $250,000 on the line. Good luck.
Last call, race 10, gentlemen. The starter has called the 3-year-old Pacing Fillies to the gate for today's 10th race at Pocono. This is the James M. Lynch Memorial Pace, carrying a purse of $250,000. And around the turn they go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Lynch, and it's Darlin's Angel steps out center of the track, taking that early lead. Just to her inside is Sangria Summer, but Darlin's Angel clears quickly there. Sangria Summer into the pocket. Be Perfect BG moves up to third. She's about 4.5 away. It's a quick pace on the front end. Next up, fourth, Perfect Thought. She's followed by Tall Dark Tequila. Then comes Make It Right, sixth. Further back to Shikari and I'm a Lulu. Darlin's Angel on her way to the quarter in a crisp 26 3/5. To the front stretch, Lauren Tritton was aggressive early with Darlin's Angel. She's on top by a length. Working the pocket seat there is Sangria Summer, then Be Perfect BG. That's the 4-5 favorite, 2.5 away. Pretty measured pace right now through the front stretch. Fourth is Perfect Thought. She's followed by Tall Dark Tequila. Then comes Make It Right. Shikari starts to step out from 7th, and the trailer still is I'm Lulu, but a bit conservative, the field, as they come to the half mile, getting there 55-2, 28-4 second panel. So that's pretty much cruising speed here for Darlin's Angel. See if she can take advantage. Pocket still belongs there to James McDonald with Sangria Summer. Now Be Perfect BG making her play. Comes up first over at 5/8. She's just a length back. It's a gap of 3, back to 4 in Perfect Thought. On the outside, Shikari 5th, but she's near double digits away. Further back to Make It Right, Tall Dark Tequila, and I'm a Lulu. 3/4 reached 122-1, 26-4, much faster on the back. Darlin's Angel is still there, and Be Perfect BG all over her. In the pocket, waiting her chance, Sangria Summer much further back to Perfect Thought 4th. Top of the stretch, on the outside, Be Perfect BG a bit wide on that turn. Darlin's Angel trying to hold tight inside Sangria Summer. Sangria Summer, all kinds of pace late. Sangria Summer, another big stakes win for her. Gets it done by a half length for James McDonald. Takes it away from Darlin's Angel. Be Perfect BG 3rd. Perfect Thought 4th. Sangria Summer 148 4/5. James McDonald locked in that pocket with Sangria Summer, and this has been the formula for her. The late kick, not too far back, close enough that she doesn't have to come too far. On the outside, Be Perfect BG, the favorite, just got kind of hung on that final turn, and Darlin's Angel was game. These three went at it in their last start, and the exact same order as the Shady Daisy, with Sangria Summer 1st, Darlin's Angel 2nd, and Be Perfect BG 3rd. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish for race number 10. Number 4, Sangria Summer, finished 1st. Number 6, Darlin's Angel, finished 2nd. Number 5, Be Perfect BG, finished 3rd. Number 1, Perfect Thought, finished 4th. Unofficially 4-6-5-1 in race number 10. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winners Circle, the unofficial winner of today's 10th race, the final James M. Lynch Memorial Pace for 3-year-old fillies, is number 4, Sangria Summer. 3-year-old bay filly by Captain Treacherous out of Shower Play by Shadow Play, bred by Tara Hill Stud, Dylan and Kenwood of Ontario, Canada, owned by Determination of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Luke Blay, the trainer. James McDonald in the bike once again for Sangria Summer. The 2-1 second choice on the board. She has now won 3 straight races, 1 in Canada, then last week winning the Grade 3 Shady Daisy with the late kick. She shows it again here today in the Lynch. That's now 5 wins and 11 this year, 6 lifetime. Career earnings for her over $353,000, and the mile today 148 4/5. That's a new stakes record for the Lynch, and it's laid down by number 4, Sangria Summer. Results of race 10 official. Rundown 1, Perfect Thought, finished 4th. 2, Tall Dark Tequila was 7th. Number 3, Make It Right, finished 5th. 4, Sangria Summer, the race winner. Number 5, Be Perfect BG, finished 3rd. 6, Darlin's Angel was 2nd. Number 7, Shikari, finished 8th. I'm a Lulu was 6th. Top down 4-7-5-1-3-2-8-6. Race winner number 4, Sangria Summer, in a winning time of 1:48 and 4/5. And Jessica Otten waiting in the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle to interview one of the principals there. I think it might be the trainer. We'll see what happens. But again, congrats to all those involved with our 2026 Lynch winner, Sangria Summer. And it does look like James McDonald going to do the talking on behalf of this outstanding filly.
The James Lynch Memorial goes to Sangria Summer. I have winning driver James McDonald. First and foremost, James, just talk to you a little bit off camera. You did Baby Racer once, but that was like moons ago, it feels like now. Now this is the second time you've sat behind her. What a nice filly.
Oh, just a gem, you know. Kevin Ben does such a great job bringing these things along as young horses, and she just keeps getting better and better. And Luke bought her, and I know she's progressed every week and just gets a little better every time she races. And you know, Louie and Bob give her lots of easy trips, and I'm just the lucky guy gets to hop on her when the money's down. So I was pretty lucky.
John Morales put this one on my radar when she came to Scioto, and she caught my eye after that. And then I was a firm believer after the Shady Daisy at the Meadowlands. She had to put up some pretty big numbers and do a lot of that work herself, and it looked like she bounced back nice off of that effort.
Yeah, last week, you know, it just got jammed up a little bit before we straightened up, and I said, well, she's going to be a good third to two very good horses, and she just found another gear down the lane and just powered home, and she did the same again today, and she's just a filly that seems to be peaking right now, and hopefully we can keep her good for a long time.
She looks pretty handy out on the track just by watching her, and maybe the acts that she gives us. You had to be licking your chops out when Dexter was coming first over, and they were putting the pedal to the metal down there in that far turn.
Yeah, you know, it was just, that's the dream trip at Pocono. You know, you want to be close to the lead, and then when you get two heavyweights throwing down on the front end and you're, like you said, licking your chops in behind, it's a good feeling. So I was just hoping she'd have a good kick because it was a big back half, and she just powered home hard.
Odds on Mr. Mama coming up in a couple of races. Have to be excited to sit behind him once again.
Yeah, horses like that, it's just so exciting. Every time you see their name on print, it gives you like just a really good feeling, and I just can't wait to get behind him again. And it's a serious group of horses, but hopefully we can work out something and get a good chunk.
Nice job with this one. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Jess.
Luke Blay, James McDonald, they're going to team up with Sangria Summer in the James Lynch Memorial.
What a summer it has been for Sangria Summer. She gets the win in race number 10. As you see the prices there, race 11 coming up next in 8 minutes is the Delmonica Hanover for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Purse $250,000. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering in race 11. The equipment notes: number 2 Custom with no shoes, number 1 Victoriana's Secret with no hind shoes, and we're 8 minutes away from post for the 11th. Sangria Summer, but Darlin's Angel clears quickly there. Sangria Summer into the pocket. Be Perfect BG moves up to third. She's about 4.5 away. It's a quick pace on the front end. Next up, fourth, Perfect Thought. She's followed by Tall Dark Tequila. Then comes Make It Right, sixth. Further back to Shikari and I'm a Lulu. Darlin's Angel on her way to the quarter in a crisp 26 3/5 to the front stretch. Lauren Tritton was aggressive early with Darlin's Angel. She's on top by a length. Working the pocket seat there is Sangria Summer. Then Be Perfect BG. That's the 4-5 favorite, 2.5 away. Pretty measured pace right now through the front stretch. Fourth is Perfect Thought. She's followed by Tall Dark Tequila. Then comes Make It Right. Shikari starts to step out from 7th. And the trailer still is I'm a Lulu. But a bit conservative, the field, as they come to the half mile, getting there 55-2, 28-4 second panel. So that's pretty much cruising speed here for Darlin's Angel. See if she can take advantage. Pocket still belongs there to James McDonald with Sangria Summer. Now Be Perfect BG making her play. Comes up first over at 5/8. She's just a length back. It's a gap of 3. Back to 4 in Perfect Thought. On the outside, Shikari fifth, but she's near double digits away. Further back to Make It Right, Tall Dark Tequila, and I'm a Lulu. 3/4 reached 122-1, 26-4, much faster on the back. Darlin's Angel is still there, and Be Perfect BG all over her. In the pocket, waiting her chance, Sangria Summer much further back to Perfect Thought fourth. Top of the stretch. On the outside, Be Perfect BG a bit wide on that turn. Darlin's Angel trying to hold tight inside Sangria Summer. Sangria Summer, all kinds of pace late. Sangria Summer, another big stakes win for her, gets it done by a half length for. This kind of shows you how things can change for a horse. Go after a fourth place finish right here at Pocono in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes on June 20th. Sangria Summer had 2 wins in 16 career starts. Not on anybody's radar in terms of the best 3-year-old pacing fillies. She's won 3 of her last 4, including 2 huge stakes races back-to-back, and now looks at the top of the division. And again, the same exact order of finish that was seen at the Meadowlands 2 weeks back. Race number 11 is 6 minutes away. It's the Delmonica Hanover Trot 3-year-old trotting fillies purse, $250,000, exact trifecta, superfecta. Number 1, Victoriana's Secret with no hind shoes. Number 2, Custom with no shoes today. 5 minutes till post for the 11th. Trotters making their way onto the track for today's 11th race at Pocono, the Delmonica Hanover Trot for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Number 1, Victoriana's Secret, owned by Ryan Smith, trainer Vernon Beachy, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Victoriana's Secret coming off a ripping win at Lexington in her last start, giving her 6 wins in 8 races. This year is the first time she has raced at Pocono, and again, no hind shoes for the 1 horse in this race. 2, Custom will be racing with no shoes today. She is owned by TLH Racing Inc. Trainer Peter Engblom, driver Jason Bartlett. This filly raced in the Hambletonian Oaks at the Meadowlands for $500,000, finishing 7th, has 3 wins in 7 this year, splitting her time between the Meadowlands and Oak Grove. Number 3, Crossover, owned by SRF Stable, trainer Marcus Melander, driver Matthias Melander. Marcus Melander with 3 of the 8 fillies in this race. Crossover coming off a win at the Meadowlands, 152-4 in her last race. Another one who has spent time at Oak Grove this year in this field. Number 4, R-Row, owned by the lessee M&L of Delaware Armitage Farm. Trainer John Butenshane, driver Todd McCarthy. R-Row trying to shake off some braking issues. She has broken in each of her last 2 starts, including last time out here at Pocono as a heavy favorite in an overnight race. Number 5, Little Road, owned and trained by Roger Hammer. Driver Brady Brown has been on a tear at the Meadows. 3 consecutive wins, including last time out Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action. This filly has hit the board in 10 of her 11 races this year, has been first or second in her last 7 for the Pennsylvania legend Roger Hammer, who trains this filly. Number 6, Set Your Sights High, owned by Heights Stable, Mantorp, AMG Stable, and Kellgren. Trainer Marcus Melander, driver Dexter Dunn. Set Your Sights High finishing third in the Hambletonian Oaks 2 weeks back after winning an elimination. That third snapped a 3-race winning streak for her, which also included stakes wins in Ohio and in New York at Vernon Downs in the Zweig. Number 7, Laney W., owned by Brittany Farms LLC, Marvin and Lynn Katz, trainer Marcus Melander, driver Scott Ziron. The lone win this year for this filly came here at Pocono back on June 14th in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action. She finished 5th in the Hambletonian Oaks and squeezed in a race last week at the Meadows, finishing 4th in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action. Finally, number 8, Avonzee, owned by Harmony Oaks Racing, Stable Incorporated, Heritage Standardbreds, M&L of Delaware LLC. Like the 4, Avonzee is trained by John Butenshane. Tim Tetrick will do the driving. And Avonzee, coming back in from Lexington, has 3 wins in 10 this year. When she started this year, she was still a maiden. Her first start of the year coming back at Pocono in non-winners 1 competition all the way back in May. Morning line is 6127. Brian McAvoy 1627. Less than a minute until post for race number 11.
Up next is the Delmonica Hanover for those 3-year-old trotting fillies, $250,000 on the line. And no shock that a couple horses are taking some action in here, including the 1, the 2, and the 5. I'm going to try the 1. I thought maybe Set Your Sights High was going to take a little bit more action than what she is and end up going off as the favorite. So I thought Victoriana's Secret, there'd be plenty of money left on the table for her. She's all coming off a very, very strong effort and win down in Lexington in a Kentucky Sire Stakes champion effort, 150. Just tick off of that world record. She's going to get the rail to work with in here. My only concern is when she does make a break, she does make it behind the gate. Obviously, you saw that at the Hambletonian Oaks. But she's actually come back, caught the field, and I thought raced well. I know she didn't make it into the final or get any money, but she still just beat 3 lengths in that effort. I'm going to try her here on top. She's 2-1 on the board. Underneath, I use the 6, Set Your Sights High. Like I said, I thought maybe she'd end up going off as the favorite. She just consistently does her job, loves to do her job. She only threw in that 1 clunker in that Oak Grove Oaks final back in May. After that, she's been pretty game since then. She was out most of the mile in that Hambletonian Oaks final. She finished 3rd in that effort. She was a winner in her elimination. 3 of 7 this year, 7 of 11 last year. She's pretty versatile, too. She does show a bit of speed, but she can race from well off of the pace, too. She's 3-1 on the board. I'm going to use her underneath. I'm going to use a couple of other horses in here that are taking some action. 5-1, excuse me, on the 2 Custom. She never just really had a chance to race in that Hambletonian Oaks final. I think they went slower fractions than what everybody was anticipating. Ended up trying to ride the rail around there. And when she ended up getting room for some trot, she was kind of cut off. Just ended up never really getting a real chance to race. I thought she was really good in her Oaks elimination. She's 3 wins from 7 starts. She gets a good post to work with. And a regular pilot, Jason Bartlett's back in the bike, which is something I like as well. She's 9-2 on the board. She gets post 2 to work with, too. She's another one. She does show some speed, but she mainly does a lot of her good work from off of the pace. I like that 9-2 price on her. And then I use the 5 on my ticket to Little Road from the Roger Hammer Barn, shipping out here from the Meadows. Very strong front end win over there on a Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action last time out. 52, 27-2 flat on the end of it. 6 of 11 so far in her 3-year-old campaign. Brady Brown coming over here to drive her as well. He's a regular pilot. I find that very confident in her. For her middle of the gate start as well. 1625, the Delmonica Hanover for those 3-year-old trotting fillies. Up next. Good luck.
The starter is called. The 3-year-old trotting fillies to the gate for today's 11th race at Pocono. This is the Delmonica Hanover, carrying a purse of $250,000. And around the turn, they go. The Trotters have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Delmonica Hanover. Center of the track, speed from Little Road. On the outside, Laney W is showing. In behind that group in tight quarters, Set Your Sights High into third, right in front of Victoriana's Secret. Next up in fifth is Custom, followed by Crossover. Then RO is seventh, and the early trailer here is Avansy. So right now, that is Little Road being sent out to a length and 3/4 lead here. Comes to the quarter-mile marker, getting there 27 even. Little Road, Brady Brown, the aggressor here, up by a length and 1/4 over Laney W. And now the brush by Set Your Sights High. She sets her sights on the lead here for Dexter Dunn. Sitting on the inside fourth, Victoriana's Secret, followed by Custom in fifth. Everybody hugging the pylon still, except for Set Your Sights High, who finally clears there as they round the turn. Sixth is RO, and then further back to Avansy, also back there, Crossover. Half mile, 55 and 2, 28 and 2, second panel. Ambitious Fractions as they move to the back stretch. The lead belonging now to Dunn with Set Your Sights High. Little Road made him work for it there. Now the first over coming up there. Victoriana's Secret ready to pounce for Ronnie Wren. Second over into contention is Custom. Also Crossover in a robust outer flow. Still on the inside, Laney W only 3 back. And then further back to RO and Avansy. Tight as could be up front at 3/4, 123 and 3, 28 and 1 third panel. On the outside, slight edge, Victoriana's Secret. Set Your Sights High, trying to hold her ground. Custom getting ready to swoop up from further back. Crossover. Little Road getting shuffled back. Top of the stretch, Victoriana's Secret takes over the lead. Custom bearing down on her. It's Victoriana's Secret battling to hold. Custom trying to get there from way back. Crossover. Victoriana's Secret, the slight edge. Victoriana's Secret, just enough for Ronnie Wren Jr. Custom gave her all she could handle, settles for second. Crossover third, Laney W fourth. Victoriana's Secret winning time 151 and 2. That matches a track record. Lead changed hands a few times. Set Your Sights High took over at the half-mile marker, but really had to work for it to get past Little Road, who ended up the favorite. Little Road gets shuffled back once Set Your Sights High tires, but it was Victoriana's Secret first over, grabs that lead. Custom was coming on strong, but could never quite get up to her eye line there as Ronnie Wren Jr. guides the victor home. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish. Race number 11. Number 1, Victoriana's Secret finished first. Number 2, Custom finished second. Number 3, Crossover finished third. Number 7, Laney W finished fourth. Unofficially 1, 2, 3, 7 in the 11th race. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle is the unofficial winner of today's 11th race, the Delmonica Hanover Trot. It's number 1, Victoriana's Secret, 3-year-old bay filly by Tactical Landing out of Victoriana by Donato Hanover, bred by Kevin Greenfield and Michael Krebs of Ohio.
owned by Ryan Smith of Denison, Ohio. Vernon Beachy, the trainer. Ronnie Wren Jr., the driver. And Victoriana Secret, 3-1. Third choice on the board. What a year this one is enjoying. Has now won 7 of her 9 races this year. Been taking on comers in Kentucky, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio. Coming off a win at Lexington last time out. Really burning it up a couple weeks back. And she's right back to it here today. She now has 7 wins in 9 this year. It's 8 lifetime victories. Big addition to her purse here today, now over $410,000. The mile 151 2/5. That matches a track record for 3-year-old trotting fillies that was set just a year ago in this exact same race by Yo Tilly. So congratulations to all the handlers, the trainers, owners, driver, and the filly herself, Victoria's Secret, the 2026 Delmonica Hanover champ. Some happy folks in the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle, and why not? And superb performance by Victoriana Secret. The results of race 11 are now official. The rundown: number 1, Victoriana Secret, finished first. 2, Custom was second. Number 3, Crossover, finished third. 4, Aro was sixth. Number 5, Little Road, finished fifth. 6, Set Your Sights High was eighth. Number 7, Laney W, finished fourth. And 8, Avansy was 7th. From the top down, it's 1, 2, 3, 6, 5, 8, 4, 7. Race winner number 1, Victoriana Secret, in a winning time of 151 2, again matching a track record for 3-year-old trotting fillies. And Jessica Otten is going to have one of the principals involved here shortly to talk about that outstanding performance by Victoriana Secret. Looks like Vernon Beachy is going to do the honors.
Victoriana Secret, she's going to capture the Delmonica for those 3-year-old trotting fillies. I have winning trainer Vernon Beachy. First and foremost, Vernon, aside from that one blip on the radar in the Hamiltonian Oaks elimination, she's been super strong all season long.
Yeah, unfortunately, she had a mishap on a real important race, but she's been really good all year. Ronnie's done a really great job with her all year. She's a tough filly to drive. He's done a great job with her.
I was going to say, she looks like she might have a few quirks, maybe her way or no way sometimes, but she's strong out on the track, and she proves that week in and week out.
Oh, yeah, she's a really big, great-looking mare that can take a lot of air. And like today, I didn't know how they would work out getting away fourth, but she was nice and relaxed, and she made a big move, so she's a good mare.
What about that effort last week at Dawn in Lexington? I mean, just a tick off of the world record. She obviously came out of that good, shipped back to wherever she was going to all the way out here, so she handled all of those elements really well.
Yeah, she was really, really good in Kentucky, and then we said we'll take a shot out here and then see, and it worked out.
You pulled the hind shoes today. What went behind that decision?
That's a good track, and I pulled on the one earlier, and I said, I'm going to take a shot.
What's up next for her, do you know?
Back to Kentucky.
There you also have Surreal Ideal coming up later on tonight's card. He was a big force to be reckoned with, I guess, in that Sam McKee Memorial out at the Big M a couple of weeks ago. How do you like him coming into this afternoon's race?
He's been really sharp. He's a good horse. He's been good for us for a long time. He was really good at his last start, and then at the Meadowlands he was also really good, but it's a tough field.
Well, good job on this one. Congratulations. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
There you have it. Victoriana Secret, Vernon Beachy, Ronnie Wren Jr. They're going to team up and take the Delmonica Hanover 151 2. I believe that equals the track record.
Thank you, Jess. Congratulations to Vernon Beachy, and again, all those involved with Victoriana's Secret matching a track record with that mile of 151 2/5. We've had, 3 records now already today, and still some work to do. 10 minutes until post time, race 12. It is the Maxie Hemp Memorial Pace 3-year-old open purse, $300,000. Exacta trifecta and superfecta wagering. No changes, race 12. 9 minutes until post time. underway in the Delmonica Hanover. Center of the track, speed from Little Road. On the outside, Laney W is showing. In behind that group in tight quarters, Set Your Sights High into third, right in front of Victoriana's Secret. Next up in fifth is Custom, followed by Crossover. Then RO is seventh, and the early trailer here is Avansy. So right now, that is Little Road being sent out to a length and 3/4 lead here. Comes to the quarter-mile marker, getting there 27 even. Little Road, Brady Brown, the aggressor here, up by a length and 1/4 over Laney W. And now the brush by Set Your Sights High. She sets her sights on the lead here for Dexter Dunn. Sitting on the inside fourth, Victoriana's Secret, followed by Custom in fifth. Everybody hugging the pylon still, except for Set Your Sights High, who finally clears there as they round the turn. Sixth is RO, and then further back to Avansy, also back there, Crossover. Half mile, 55-2, 28-2, second panel. Ambitious Fractions as they move to the back stretch. The lead belonging now to Dunn with Set Your Sights High. Little Road made him work for it there. Now the first over coming up there. Victoriana's Secret ready to pounce for Ronnie Wren. Second over into contention is Custom. Also Crossover in a robust outer flow. Still on the inside, Laney W, only 3 back. And then further back to RO and Avansy. Tight as could be up front at 3/4, 123-3, 28-1 third panel. On the outside, slight edge, Victoriana's Secret. Set Your Sights High, trying to hold her ground. Custom getting ready to swoop up from further back. Crossover. Little Road getting shuffled back. Top of the stretch, Victoriana's Secret takes over the lead. Custom bearing down on her. It's Victoriana's Secret battling to hold. Custom trying to get there from way back. Crossover. Victoriana's Secret, the slight edge. Victoriana's Secret. Oh, Secret is out for sure. Victoriana's Secret, winner of 7 of 9 this year as a 3-year-old filly, and Ronnie Wren Jr., a steady driver for her. That's got to help the confidence of that horse, having the same hands race in and race out. And Ronnie with a nice drive there, and Victoriana's Secret doing the rest. Another race where we get a big long shot finishing third. Crossover. Not happening for the favorite Little Road. A tough trip. She got stuck behind cover on the pocket trip, so ended up with a 5th place finish. Race number 12, 7 minutes away. 3-year-old Open Pacers. The Max C. Hempt Memorial Pace purse, $300,000. No changes on the board, and again, 7 minutes till post.
Pacers are making their way out onto the track for today's 12th race at Pocono, the Max Seahant Memorial Pace. Number 1, Melillo, owned by Burke Racing Stable, LLC. Jason Melillo, Weaver Buscemi, LLC. Trainer Ron Burke, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Ronnie coming off that big win with Victoriana Secret in the last race. Melillo coming off his biggest win of the season in the Milstein at Northfield. Number 2, Brandon Boulevard, owned by Punisher 11 Stable, LLC. Trainer Andrew Harris, driver Dexter Dunn. He had a 3-race winning streak snapped in the Kane Pace, but in that winning streak, there was a victory in the Meadowlands Pace in July, and this horse also finishing 3rd in the North American Cup, has earned more than anybody else in this field this year. 3, Al Papi, Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva, Purnell, and Libby. Lawrence Carr, Weaver Buscemi, the owners. Ron Burke, the trainer. Yannick Gingras on the bike. Yannick has won the Hempt twice before. Al Papi has had about a month off, but the last start was a big one, a victory in the Adios at the Meadows, his 2nd consecutive win in that series. Number 4, Odds on Mr. Mamba, owned by Odds on Racing. Trainer Melanie Wren, driver James McDonald. James with a big win earlier tonight aboard Sangria Summer in the Lynch. We'll try to get it done with Odds on Mr. Mamba, only 4th in the Cane and 3rd in the Adios, but had the big win in the North American Cup back in June. Out onto the track, number 5, Bojangles, Graham Gray Stable, LLC, Kiwi Stables, LLC, Bolton Stables, trainer Ian Moore, driver Todd McCarthy. Of course, the Dan Patch winner as a 2-year-old, unbeaten at age 2, won his first 3 this year, has not won since, comes down from Canada for the first time for the Max Hempt here this afternoon. Number 6, Sweet Lovin' Lou, owned by Lagasse Stables, Bueller, Big Al Stables, Brittany Farms, Mickey Ray, trainer Dan Lagasse, driver Scott Zeron. Sweet Lovin' Lou surprised him at 14-1 in the Cane Pace in his last start. That was with Scott Zeron still on the mend. Scott back in the bike today as this colt looks for his 2nd in a row. Number 7, Gentleman's Club, owned by Anthony LaCastro, trainer Aaron Lambert, driver Andrew McCarthy. Last time we saw Gentleman's Club 2 weeks back, an impressive victory here at Pocono, 148-3. That was actually 3 weeks back, and then just missed last time out in the Cane Pace behind Sweet Lovin' Lou. Finally, number 8, another C-Note, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Let It Ride Stable, Scott Dillon, trainer Ron Burke, driver Tyler Buter. He's won more than anybody else in this field this year, 9 wins in 12, had a win at the Meadows. He won his first 8 starts of the year, several of them in stakes competition at Pocono. Morning line selections are 2, 3, 6, and 4. Brian McAvoy's selections 3, 2, 4, 6 goes with Al Papi right now at 3-1 with less than a minute until post time for the Hempt.
We've all been waiting for. It's the Max Hempt Memorial 3-year-old Pacers, male Pacers here, $300,000 on the line. We said this earlier. This could be maybe the only time, maybe aside from the Breeders' Crown, that we see all of these heavy lifting dogs, horses together. A field of 8. We have the Milstein winner, the Meadowlands Pace winner, the Adios winner, the North America Cup winner, reigning horse of the year, the Cane Pace winner, and 2 very nice horses to the outside who put up some really solid miles. I'm going to try Al Papi on top. As you can see, the money is really spread throughout. He's 3-1 on the board right now. Plenty of time off after his Adios elimination and his Adios final win. to freshen up and come back. Each one of those efforts were just extremely strong, and you just go down the program. His North America Cup final was strong, as well as his Meadowlands pace. He just got beat ahead in that one too. So he's got post 3 to work with, 7-2 on the board. Obviously, as regular pilot Yannick Gingras in the bike. I'm going to then also use Melillo underneath. He's 6-1 on the board. He's put up some really good efforts week after week. The North America Cup didn't quite work out for him, but the Meadowlands pace finally never saw a pylon. Ended up 4th in that. He was 2nd in his Eliminadios, 2nd in the final after weaving through some traffic, and then last week he got up the rail in the Milstein to get his signature win. He's 6-1 on the board. He's got the rail to work with, and I think it'll be interesting how it sets up from there. He can leave, but he also can basically sit parked and do whatever he wants, as he's been shown to do that week in, week out. Brandon Boulevard, he's 2-1 on the board. He gets post 2 to work with. He come first over in against Gentleman's Club at the Meadowlands in that cane pace. He just fell short of him, 26-1. To finish 3rd, 47-4. A week off to maybe refresh and rebound off of that effort to come into here. He looks good. He looked good warming up when I saw him about an hour or so ago. And I think he looks pretty nice out there right now. He's 5-2 on the board, and he's put up good mile after good mile. I mean, his North America Cup elimination and final were probably 2 of the most impressive efforts that I've seen all season long. And then, of course, he popped up that 147-3 effort in the Tompkins Gears a couple of weeks ago, beginning of August, 25-4 at the end of it. Then I'm going to use odds on Mr. Mamba underneath as well. Of course, the North America Cup winner. He won his Adios elimination. He was 3rd, beaten a neck in the Adios final. Just didn't quite seem himself on Hambletonian Day. Maybe it was just hot. I'm not sure. He just never really seemed to have that kick like he did. He did still come home 26-3. He picked up a 4th place finish in that effort. He's got post 4 to work with. He's 5-1 on the board. I do think it's also worth mentioning too, Sweet Love and Lou's the one who picked up those pieces at the end of the mile on the cane pace. Gentleman's Club, he set the pace in that. And of course, Bojangles, reigning horse of the year. We're looking for him to rebound as well. Max Temps up next. Good luck.
The starter is called. The 3-year-old Open Pacers to the gate for today's 12th race at Pocono. This is the Max C. Hemp Memorial Pace, carrying a purse of $300,000. And around the turn they go. The Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Hemp. 3 levers on the inside. Melillo starts well. Just to his outside, Brandon Boulevard. And out 3 wide early is Al Poppy. Out wide, Gentleman's Club positions himself 4th, right in front of odds on Mr. Mamba. Bojangles is away 6th past the 8th. He's followed by Sweet Love and Lou in the early trailer. Another C-note. Meanwhile, Brandon Boulevard not waiting around behind Melillo, moves to the outside. They come to the quarter mile in 27 even. So not too taxing early for these top flight 3-year-olds as Brandon Boulevard steps to the front for Dexter Dunn. Quickly, Al Poppy brushes now for Gingras, and he's going to take that lead away, although Brandon Boulevard tries to sting him. Back on the inside, Melillo 3rd, followed by Gentleman's Club. Then comes odds on Mr. Mamba. He's about 5 back in 5th. A gap back to Bojangles. After that comes Sweet Love and Lou and another C-note. Now out from 4th. The first over is coming from Gentleman's Club as they reach the half in 54-3, 27-3. Second panel, Al Poppy on top. Gentleman's Club threatening on the outside for Andrew McCarthy. Brandon Boulevard tucked tight in the pocket. Second over, odds on Mr. Mamba is in pouncing position. On the inside, Melillo only 3 back, but no room. Third over, 6th, Bojangles right behind the cover. After that, Sweet Love and Lewin on the inside, another C-note. 4 in, 4 out. It's a slender lead for Al Poppy. Gentleman's Club right with him at 3/4, 121-3, 27 even third panel. Al Poppy trying to sustain. Gentleman's Club has been out a while, still in the pocket. Brandon Boulevard, big sweep sweeping move now from Bojangles, trying to move up with odds on Mr. Mamba. It's a jumble at the top of the stretch. Al Poppy a slight lead. Room at the inside for Brandon Boulevard. Gentlemen's Club still winging on the outside. Brandon Boulevard's taking the short way. Brandon Boulevard back to his winning ways for Dexter Dunn by a length and a quarter. Malillo was second, Al Poppy third. Three-way photo fourth between Bojangles, Sweet Love and Mood, Gentlemen's Club. Brandon Boulevard on top in this serious showdown in 148 2/5. That was an evenly bet board, and Brandon Boulevard ends up the tender 2-1 favorite, and he cashes in. He found the pocket behind Al Poppy. Al Poppy brushed on the front stretch. Dexter Dunn with Brandon Boulevard tried to make it tough for him to pass, and then Al Poppy faced a lot of pressure from Gentlemen's Club, and you could see no problems for Brandon Boulevard scooting past, and he's coasting at the end for this huge victory. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race 12. Number 2, Brandon Boulevard finished first. Number 1, Malillo finished second. Number 3, Al Poppy finished third. Number 6, Sweet Love and Lou finished fourth. Unofficially 2-1, 3-6 in race number 12. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winners Circles, the unofficial winner of today's 12th race at Pocono, the Max Seahant Memorial Pace for 3-year-olds. It's number 2, Brandon Boulevard, 3-year-old bay colt by Down by the Seaside out of Alexis Faith by American Ideal. Bred by Crawford Farms LLC of New York, owned by Punisher 11 Stables LLC of Freehold, New Jersey. Andrew Harris, the trainer. Dexter Dunn continues what's been a big afternoon. He's got 4 wins on the Sun Stakes Saturday card. And Brandon Boulevard, the 2-1 betting favorite. That's a sign of a great colt there. A tough loss last time out, and then comes right back and a really powerful performance. He was clear at the end of the mile, nobody threatening to take it away from him. He has now won 4 of his last 5 starts. He's got 6 wins in 9 overall this year. This is his 13th lifetime win. The career earnings now $1.285 million and counting, and he gets it done today, 148 2/5. Congrats to everyone involved, and congrats to number 2, Brandon Boulevard, your 2026 Max Hemp winner. And Jessica Otten getting ready to interview. I think it's Andrew Harris down there with Jessica. Let's see what Andrew has to say about this superb colt.
Brandon Boulevard takes a Max at Memorial. I'm standing by with winning trainer Andrew Harris. I have a lot of questions, but I just want to start with how fun of a ride is this guy taking you on this year, and even last year?
You know, it's one of those things where you're always so worried about the next race, so you don't get to enjoy it until it's done. So right now it's great, though. It's great to have a horse like this. He's an amazing animal. So I'm thrilled with the horse, and it's just a great ride.
From 2 to 3, he's obviously grown up, and they race against 2-year-olds at 2, 3-year-olds at 3. But this guy, even from 2 to 3, and start after start, he just looks like he gets better and better and more confident.
Yeah, he put a bobble in last week around the last turn. Otherwise, I think he really would have beat them. But he almost made a break there in the last turn. Just for whatever reason, the track just didn't agree with him that day. And then show today is great. I mean, he crossed the wire today with the plugs in, and that was about as easy as he could do it. So he's a great horse, and you put him in the right spot, he's going to show up. And Dex does a great job with him. That was a masterful drive today.
Let's talk about that effort today. First, how cool is it? I mean, as a fan myself, to see that draw come out and see all of those heavy hitters drawn against one race, something that a lot of fans have been waiting for. Maybe a little stressful for you, but it's still pretty cool for the sport.
It is cool for the sport, but I can imagine the excitement you had when you saw that lineup. When I saw it, I was like, oh, this is a little scary. But no, he shows up, and I mean, he's stamping himself as the horse to beat, and I can't thank him enough for all the effort he puts in and all my team behind him.
I said I didn't even want to handicap the race. I just wanted to watch it because I thought that they all legit had a chance to win. But let's talk about that effort. Dexter left, he sat, he removed, and then he just does what he does best and got to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I watched Dex all day. He's been winning races all day. He was worried about the Burke duo there, so he tried to be the first one to the front there. And then when Yannick came around him, it was a perfect trip. And Yannick's horse was so tough to get us all the way where we needed to get to. And everybody else was coming at the end, so it was just a great race.
What's up next for him?
I don't know yet. I got to look at the schedule.
All right, well, good job today. Good luck the rest of the way. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you have it. Brandon Boulevard, Andrew Harris, Dexter Dunn. They're going to team up in the Maxent Memorial.
Victory for Brandon Boulevard. Congrats to Andrew Harris, Dexter Dunn, Punisher 11 Stable, all the grooms, all the folks that work with this superb colt who gets the victory. We have the rundown for race 12. Number 1, Balillo finished second to Brandon Boulevard. The race winner 3, Al Poppy finished third. 4 odds on Mr. Mamba was 7th. Number 5, Bojangles finished 6th. 6, Sweet Love and Lou was 4th. Number 7, Gentleman's Club finished 5th. And 8, Another C-Note finished 8th. From the top down, 2, 1, 3, 7, 6, 4, 5, 8. And the race winner, number 2, Brandon Boulevard, in a winning time of 1:48 2/5. Race number 13 is 10 minutes away, and that is the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial 3-year-old open trot. Purse $300,000. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, first half of the late daily double. In race 13, numbers 3, Minoan, and number 7, Magic Punk will be racing without shoes. If you're betting the late double, no changes in race 14. 10 minutes till post for the 13th race. Brandon Boulevard not waiting around behind Melillo, moves to the outside. They come to the quarter mile in 27 even, so not too taxing early for these top flight 3-year-olds as Brandon Boulevard steps to the front for Dexter Dunn. Quickly, Al Poppy brushes now for Gingras, and he's going to take that lead away, although Brandon Boulevard tries to sting him. Back on the inside, Melillo third, followed by Gentleman's Club. Then comes Odds on Mr. Mamba. He's about 5 back in 5th. A gap back to Bojangles. After that comes Sweet Love and Lou and Another C-Note. Now out from 4th, the first over is coming from Gentleman's Club as they reach the half in 54 3, 27 3. Second panel, Al Poppy on top. Gentleman's Club threatening on the outside for Andrew McCarthy. Brandon Boulevard tucked tight in the pocket. Second over, Odds on Mr. Mamba is in pouncing position. On the inside, Melillo only 3 back, but no room. Third over, 6th, Bojangles right behind the cover. After that, Sweet Love and Lewin on the inside, Another C-Note. 4 in, 4 out. It's a slender lead for Al Poppy. Gentleman's Club right with him at 3/4, 121 3, 27 even third panel. Al Poppy trying to sustain. Gentleman's Club has been out a while, still in the pocket. Brandon Boulevard, big sweeping move now from Bojangles, trying to move up with Odds on Mr. Mamba. It's a jumble at the top of the stretch. Al Poppy a slight lead, room at the inside for Brandon Boulevard. Gentleman's Club still winging on the outside. Brandon Boulevard's taking the short way. Brandon Boulevard back to his winning ways for Dexter Dunn by a length and a quarter. They were tight at the top of the stretch, and then no questions asked. Brandon Boulevard powers home in the passing lane. And it's been an interesting day because we haven't really seen much of a bias where one kind of trip has played out better than the rest. Only 2 front-end winners all day. 3 pocket horses, 3 first over, 2 second over, and 2 coming from well off the pace. So it's been a little bit of everything, but the pocket was the spot there for Dexter Dunn and Brandon Boulevard. We're headed to race 13, 8 minutes from the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot. 3-year-old open trotters, purse $300,000. Again, both numbers 3, Manoa, and number 7, Magic Punk will be racing without shoes. 8 minutes till post time. The 3-year-old trotters now making their way onto the track for the 13th race at Pocono, first half of the late daily double. This is the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot. Number 1 is Inexpressible, owned by Wallen Racing Stable Incorporated. Karen Walter Mammert and Eichstadt Oberhammer, the trainer. Lucas Wallen, driver Scott Zeron in the bike. Inexpressible, a win at the $50,000 Muscle Hill in his last start. His 3rd win in 6 races this year. His 5th lifetime victory. Number 2, Rose Run Banker, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Weaver Bruchemi, Knox Services. Ron Burke, the trainer, he's got a couple in this field. The driver is Tim Tetrick, and Tim has won this race once before, getting it done with Crystal Fashion in 2018. Rose Run Banker looking for his 4th win of 2026, coming in from Ohio. Number 3, Minoan, owned by Patricia Stables, LA Express Stables, Sjöblorn Racing, Noel Daly. Noel Daly is the trainer, Andrew McCarthy the driver. Minoan, 3rd in the Hambletonian at 103 to 1, and then he followed that up by squeezing in a Pennsylvania Sire Stakes victory in his last start. We saw him back in June, finishing 2nd in Pennsylvania Sire Stakes action. 4 is AI, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, Weaver Bruchemi, the trainer Ron Burke, the driver Ronnie Wren Jr., and AI coming off a 7th in the Hambletonian. 1 win this year came at Yonkers in a New York Sire Stakes race back in July. Number 5, Strobe Light, owned by Benoit Baillargeon, Claude Hamill, Nunzio Venia, and Glengate Farms. Trainer Benoit Baillargeon, driver is James McDonald. Strobe Light coming in from Canada, break of stride at Grand River in his last start. That's a half-mile oval there in Canada, but 2 starts ago, a nice win at Woodbine, and overall 3 wins in 9 this year, and has earned over $480,000 already as a 3-year-old. Number 6, Diabolic Hill, owned by Mazza Stobie and AC Crawford Racing Stable. Andy Stobie, the trainer. Todd McCarthy in the bike. He has won this race once before. Actually, it was Andrew McCarthy who won this race once before. Todd yet to. Diabolic Hill, coming off a 6th place finish at the Meadowlands in his last start, is getting Lasix for the first time, looking for his 1st win of the year. Number 7, Magic Punk, owned by Magic Punk Inc. Trainer Oka Svanstedt, driver Yannick Gingras. Yannick won this race 3 times in a row from 2014 to 2016. Magic Punk trying to bounce back from a break in the finals of the Hambletonian. 3 wins in 7 this year, the last in a Reynolds race at the Meadowlands back in July. Number 8, Spencer Hanover, owned by Jeff Snyder and Arthur Pronti. Trainer Marcus Melander, driver Jason Bartlett. This is the big earner in this field this year, although he has been out of the money in his last 4 races. Very successful early on in the season when he had a 4-race winning streak. Morning line selections 7, 3, 6, and 4. Brian McAvoy 6, 7, 3, 5, like 6 Diabolic Hill as a value play, although right now that horse is the 5-2 favorite. We are less than a minute until post time for race 13.
Up next in the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial, $300,000 on the line, a field of 8, and a handful of horses respectfully taking money in this race. No one racing without shoes. He's actually going to be my top choice in here. I thought he raced good in that Hambletonian elimination, and listened to an interview where Noel Daly was pretty confident in him. He said he was a handy horse. He could really handle maybe whatever was thrown at him in that final, and that's exactly what he did. He kind of protected position out of there from the rail, got away 3rd, and that's where he finished, 103 to 1, and he finished on the board right behind Apex and Big Ranger, and then come out last time out at the Meadows in a Pennsylvania Sire Stakes leg over there. Had the lead, sat the pocket, trotted home strongly, 27-3. Just really did what Andy asked him to. He didn't need to win by any more of that. He's 4 of 11. Good post to work with. He's 4 to 1 on the board right now. He's going to be my top choice. I also use an Expressible underneath from the Lucas Wallen barn. Didn't quite fare out well in that Hambletonian elimination, but prior to that, I thought he'd raced good in each one of his efforts before that. He's 3 of 6 so far in his 3-year-old campaign. He come from well off of the pace last time out in that Muscle Hill on Hambo Day. He was 3 wide at the 3/4 pole, and if my memory serves me correct, they were quite wide across the track. 27-3 at the end of it. He got up for by a head in there. He's 7-2 on the board right now. And Scott Zeron is going to be back in the bike. I also like Diabolic Hill underneath. He's 5-2 on the board right now. He has not found the winner's circle yet in his 3-year-old season. It is going to be first start Lasix for this guy. Didn't quite work out for him in that Hamiltonian elimination, but prior to that, he had been knocking on the door behind American Power, Magic Punk, and Apex. It couldn't quite punch through. He's been putting up 26 and change last quarters. Like I said, he was still looking for that first win of his 3-year-old's season after having a stellar 2-year-old campaign, over $500,000 in the bank, and 5 of 10 being wins. I didn't know if I wanted to put Magic Punk or Spencer Hanover on my ticket after that. I think they both deservingly should be on the ticket. 7-1 or 4-1 on the 7th. Magic Punk. This one's also racing without shoes. Comes from the Aki Sponstead barn. Doesn't usually make a break, but you see 2 blips on the radar in here. That includes the Hamiltonian final and a division of the Zwag at Vernon Downs. But I thought he raced really nicely in his Hamiltonian elimination. He finished 3rd behind Big Ranger, and it could be worse. Looking for him to bounce back with a rebound effort here. He's 4-1. And then, of course, Spencer Hanover. He's 4 of 8 so far in his 3-year-old campaign. Breeders' Crown champion last year. He's going to have to overcome post 8. Regular pilot Jason Bartlett back in the bike after a 4th place finish in his Hamiltonian elimination. Didn't quite work out from post 9 in the final. He's 10-1 on the board. Earl Beal Jr. Memorial up next. $300,000 on the line for those 3-year-old colt trotters. Good luck.
The starter is called the 3-year-old Open Trotters to the gate for today's 13th race at Pocono, first half of the late daily double. This is the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot, carrying a purse of $300,000. And around the turn they go. The Trotters have reached the backstretch, and they are underway. Very tight start. Nobody with too much of an edge. Center of the track moving up there is Strobe Light. Also on the outside up comes Diabolic Hill, but Strobe Light assumes the mantle. Diabolic Hill trying to take it away. Inexpressible away 3rd. Minoan finds a tuck 4th in front of a Rose Run Banker. Next up 6th is AI. Further back to Magic Punk and Spencer Hanover. New leader here is Diabolic Hill going past Strobe Light as they come to the quarter-mile marker. 26-4. So a peppery pace here on the front stretch. It's Diabolic Hill who leads it. This is the favorite at 8-5 with Todd McCarthy in the bike. Pocket there for Strobe Light. Now a burst from 3rd there for Inexpressible. He quickly takes over with that burst of speed for Scott Zeron. Minoan also in the air now. That gives cover to Magic Punk. Back on the inside, Rose Run Banker 6th. 3rd over comes Spencer Hanover. And the trailer AI, he's only about 5 back. 5 in, 3 out, the half mile 56 even, 29-1 for panel number 2. Lead belongs to Inexpressible. Minoan on the outside with Andrew McCarthy coming after him. In the pocket, Todd McCarthy with Diabolic Hill. Then at the pylon, Strobe Light. 2nd over is Magic Punk. He's about 3 away. Also on the outside, Spencer Hanover looking to move up at the back. Rose Run Banker and AI. Now it's 4 in, 4 out, but nothing has changed up front. Still Inexpressible. 3 quarters, 123-2, 27-2 3rd panel. Inexpressible trying to shut down the charge of Minoan while Diabolic Hill waits to make a 2nd move. 2nd over Magic Punk, still 3 back on the inside. Looking for room is Strobe Light. Top of the stretch, it's Inexpressible trying to find a little bit more. Diabolic Hill trying to sneak past on the inside. Inexpressible leading. Diabolic Hill cutting into it. Inexpressible trying to find a way. Inexpressible has enough for Scott Zeron to win the Beal.
Diabolical could not get there. Third was Magic Punk. Minoan fourth, Inexpressible in 151 1/5. Inexpressible bet down from 8-1 to 4-1. Very evenly bet board once again here. And here this trotter made the move to the front stretch. Really quick burst to get from third to first in front of Diabolical. Diabolical comes back at him late. And Inexpressible, he had a lot of first over pressure. He sustained through that. And Scott Zeron coaxing just enough out of him for the victory on the front end in the Hempt. Or excuse me, in the Beal. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish race 13. Number 1, Inexpressible finished first. Number 6, Diabolical finished second. Number 7, Magic Punk finished third. Number 3, Minoan finished fourth. Unofficially 1, 6, 7, 3 in race 13. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle is the unofficial winner of today's 13th race, the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trot. It is number 1, Inexpressible, 3-year-old brown colt by Wallner out of Ineffable by Cantab Hall. Bred by Menemar Stuteri AB of Kentucky, SRF Stable of Florida, owned by Wallen Racing Stable Incorporated, New Egypt, New Jersey, and Karen Walter Mammert of Eichstätt, Oberkramer, Germany. Lucas Wallen, the trainer. Scott Zeron, the driver. Inexpressible. 4-1 here this afternoon. A nice win in his last start at the Meadowlands. And now it's his first time racing at Pocono this year. I think it might be in his career. He's never been here before. What a way to join us here. 4 wins and 7 this year, 6 lifetime. His career earnings vault up over $408,000. And he sets a new lifetime mark today with a mile of 151-1. Congratulations, your 2026 Earl Beal Jr. Memorial Trotter is right there. Number 1, Inexpressible. Jessica Otten in the Hanover Shoe Farms Winner's Circle getting ready to talk to the winning trainer, Lucas Wallen.
Very good.
Inexpressible takes the Earl Beal Jr. Memorial new lifetime mark for this guy. I have winning trainer Lucas Wallen. First and foremost, Lucas, let's talk about his 2 to 3 year old year, maybe the transition. You brought him along slowly last year, just 5 starts. And he's really seemed to maybe like explode into himself this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We loved him from day one, and you know, we took our time last year, and a very good owner that let us work slowly with him, and we brought him back and aim for Yonkers Trot there because he gets around the small track so good. And then, of course, the Hambo elimination didn't really work out, and then now he really bounced back again.
I was just going to talk about that Yonkers Trot final there, because I think that's really when he caught a lot of eyes, when he kind of swooped the group there and then going over to the Meadowlands. It looks like that may be his preferred style of racing, but Scotty showed us that he could do it on the front today.
Yeah, during the race today, I'm happy I'm not the driver, because I wasn't too happy with the drive, but he knew what he was doing, and he really fight all the way to the finish line. So you know, Scott is so good to work with, and he takes care of them, and he knows what to do.
What's this horse's biggest attribute? He looks like a beautiful animal out on the track.
Yeah, he's beautiful, and you know, to be a Woolner, I really like his attitude, and he's a little stronger than quicker, so he have big lungs and just a very nice horse to work with.
What's up next for him?
Good question. I don't really know. We see how he comes out of this race, and but he have you know, probably the next race we really aim for is Kentucky Futurity, and then we see what we're doing in between.
Nice job.
Thank you so much.
There you have it. Inexpressible new lifetime mark today. 151-1. Lucas Ball and Scott Zeron. They're going to team up in that Earl Beal Jr. Memorial.
Like the honesty from Lucas Wall in there, saying he wasn't sure about the drive by Scott Zeron, changing tactics, but Scott knew what he was doing as Inexpressible gets the win. We have the rundown for race 13. Number 1, Inexpressible, the race winner. 2, Rose Run Banker, finished 6th, was placed 5th. 3, Minoan was 4th. Number 4, AI, finished 7th, was placed 6th. 5, Strobe Light, finished 5th, was placed 8th for a violation of the braking rule. Number 6, Diabolic Hill, was 2nd. 7, Magic Punk, finished 3rd. And 8, Spencer Hanover, finished 8th, was placed 7th. Top down with placings 1, 5, 4, 6, 8, 2, 3, 7. Race winner 1, Inexpressible, winning time 1:51 and 1/5. 14th and final race, 8 minutes away. It should be a doozy. It's the Always Be Mickey free for all pace, purse $100,000. Exacta trifecta, 50-cent high five, second half late double. No changes, race 14. 8 minutes till post. Back to Magic Punk and Spencer Hanover. New leader here is Diabolic Hill going past Strobe Light as they come to the quarter-mile marker, 26 and 4. So a peppery pace here on the front stretch. It's Diabolic Hill who leads it. This is the favorite at 8-5 with Todd McCarthy in the bike. Pocket there for Strobe Light. Now a burst from third there for Inexpressible. He quickly takes over with that burst of speed for Scott Zeron. Minoan also in the air now. That gives cover to Magic Punk. Back on the inside, Rose Run Banker 6th. Third, over comes Spencer Hanover. And the trailer AI, he's only about 5 back. 5 in, 3 out, the half mile, 56 even, 29 and 1 for panel number 2. Lead belongs to Inexpressible. Minoan on the outside with Andrew McCarthy coming after him. In the pocket, Todd McCarthy with Diabolic Hill. Then at the pylon, Strobe Light. Second over is Magic Punk. He's about 3 away. Also on the outside, Spencer Hanover looking to move up at the back. Rose Run Banker and AI. Now it's 4 in, 4 out, but nothing has changed up front. Still Inexpressible. 3/4, 123 and 2, 27 and 2 third panel. Inexpressible trying to shut down the charge of Minoan while Diabolic Hill waits to make a second move. Second over Magic Punk, still 3 back on the inside. Looking for room is Strobe Light. Top of the stretch, it's Inexpressible trying to find a little bit more. Diabolic Hill trying to sneak past on the inside. Inexpressible leading. Diabolic Hill cutting into it. Inexpressible trying to find a way. Inexpressible has enough for Scott Zeron. Oh, we have spread the wealth here this evening. The 4 big 3-year-old races were won by 4 different drivers, 4 different trainers. If you include the Sebastian K. Trot as one of the big races, 5 different drivers, 5 different trainers. We'll see if that continues as we head to the Always Be Mickey as Inexpressible 4-1 winner. Diabolic Hill ended up the favorite despite the fact that he hasn't won yet this year. Bettors were on top, but he came up just short. 14th and final, 6 minutes away. We close out with the Always Be Mickey pace, free for all purse, 100,000, no changes. I think 2 horses kind of stand out here. Number 4, Dandy Ideal getting the betting love. Tyler Buter for Hunter Oaks. And boy, what a performer he's been at Pocono. But then he goes out to Hoosier and he wins the Dan Patch in his last start in an impressive 1:47 and 2, matching the world record time that he put up here at Pocono. So this gelding has just been so good for Hunter Oaks. Tyler Buter has been aboard for most of that success. Remember, he won the Max Hempt here last year. But another horse has done that. Captain Albano, he won the Max Hempt back in 2024, and then he won this race last last year. And then Old Daly trainee coming off a big mile at the Meadowlands last time out, his 4th win in 10 this year as he captured a Grade 2 the McKee Memorial. And he beat a few of the horses in that race, tonight, in that race last week or 2 weeks ago. Number 1, For Once in My Life, a very close 4th in that race from a very tough 9-post for trainer Corey Stratton. And number 2, Coach's Corner, was also in that mile and finished 6th. Meanwhile, Captain Moore in a different split of the McKee was 45-1 and just missed 2nd behind Women Layer. And this horse has raced well at Yonkers. Also in that race, number 8, Ken Hanover, was 4th. And Ken Hanover, we know, superb. He's had a lot of big miles here at Pocono in the past. Tough outside post in this one. 2, Surreal Ideal. We saw Vernon Beachy with a big training win earlier this evening, and Surreal Ideal coming off a big win in an open handicap at the Meadows last time. 3, Gorgeous Big Guy is in from Yonkers off a 5th place finish. And number 4, Dandy Ideal. Actually, we told you about him, so I think we covered the field now. Morning line is 4, 7, 8, and 1. 4 is 1 to 5. Dandy Ideal, 4 minutes till post for race 14. Pacers on the track for tonight's 14th and final race at Pocono. The Always Be Mickey Pace, number 1, For Once in My Life, owned by Winters Racing Stable, trainer Corey Stratton, driver Jordan Stratton. 2, Surreal Ideal, owned by 518 Group LLC and Get Up Racing, trainer Vernon Beachy, driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Number 3, Gorgeous Big Guy, owned by Burke Racing Stable LLC, Weaver Bruchemi LLC, trainer Ron Burke, driver Yannick Gingras. 4, Dandy Ideal, owned by Susan Oakes and Alan Johnston, trainer Hunter Oakes, driver Tyler Buter. 5, Coach's Corner, owned by Jeff Lott Racing and Brian Carsey, trainer Peter Engblom, driver Jason Bartlett. 6, Captain Moore, owned by Chad Kowal, trainer Scott Blackler, driver Scott Zeron. Number 7, Captain Albano, owned by Patricia Stables, LA Express Stable, Sjoblorn Racing in Dolan, trainer Noel Daly, driver Todd McCarthy. Number 8, Ken Hanover, owned by Maller, Levitt, Jordan, and Osterholt, trainer Roland Maller, driver Tim Tetrick. No changes, race 14. Brian McAvoy 4-7-2-1, likes Dandy Ideal as his best bet. That horse 2 to 5. 2 minutes till post, race 14. Last call, race 14. Last chance to get them in here tonight on Sun Stakes Saturday. The starter is called. The free-for-all Pacers to the gate for tonight's 14th and final race at Pocono. This is the Always Be Mickey Pace, carrying a purse of $100,000. And around the turn they go. Don't forget our next live card here at Pocono Downs at Mohegan, Pennsylvania comes up this coming Monday. First post time, 1 Eastern time. There are 14 races on the Monday afternoon program. Pacers have reached the backstretch, and they are underway in the Always Be Mickey. Dandy Ideal leading well center of the track for once in my life. Joins him in the chase on the inside, slight edge, Dandy Ideal. Away third there is Surreal Ideal. He's followed by Gorgeous Big Guy. Settled fifth there is Captain Moore, followed by Captain Albano and the trailer Ken Hanover. So early on, Dandy Ideal in charge of this field. They whip around the turn to the quarter-mile marker, getting there in 26 and 4. Bounding onto the front stretch now is Dandy Ideal. He's the 1-5 favorite with Tyler Buter in the bike. Pocket belongs to For Once in My Life with Stratton. Nobody to the outside at the moment. Third is Surreal Ideal, followed there by Coach's Corner. As they move towards the turn, Gorgeous Big Guy is fifth. He's followed by Captain Moore. Captain Albano is seventh. Ken Hanover is the trailer, and nobody venturing to the outside to challenge Dandy Ideal, who reaches the half in 55 and 2, 28 and 3. Second panel, Highway Robbery, the front stretch there for Dandy Ideal. See if he benefits. He's up by a length. It's still in the pocket there for Once in My Life. The brush now coming on the outside from Coach's Corner. He's about 2 away and coming up for Bartlett. Still on the inside looking for room. Surreal Ideal second over is Captain Moore. He's about 4 back in fifth. Then back on the inside is Gorgeous Big Guy. Captain Albano seventh and Ken Hanover last. 3/4, 122 and 227 even third panel. Dandy Ideal still seems very much under wraps as up on the outside, Coach's Corner trying to take it away. Surreal Ideal in the pocket. Second over comes Captain Moore. Top of the stretch, Dandy Ideal looks to salt it away. Room on the inside for Once in My Life. Coming up on Dandy Ideal for Once in My Life and nose away. Dandy Ideal trying to fight him off for Once in My Life. And now late at the pylons getting up there for the photo was Surreal Ideal. So it comes down to the 1 and the 2 here for Once in My Life and Surreal Ideal. Both nice prices. Let's hold off and wait for the photo here. Mile 148 and 4. Well, maybe those fractions by Dandy Ideal were indication that he just wasn't on top of his game coming off a big mile last week, and he just didn't have it in the lane. Now watch, For Once in My Life takes it away, but Surreal Ideal is smoking at the pylons, and he is going to get right in the mix at the end. Judges have posted the unofficial order of finish. Race 14, number 1, For Once in My Life, finished first. Number 2, Surreal Ideal, finished second. Number 4, Dandy Ideal, finished third. Number 5, Coach's Corner, finished fourth. Unofficially 1, 2, 4, 5 in race 14. Heading back to the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circles, the unofficial winner of today's 14th and final race, the Always Be Mickey Pace. It is number 1, For Once in My Life, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Down by the Seaside out of Fly Me to the Moon by Better's Delight, bred by Joe Spracco of Ohio and by Winters Racing Stable of Foxborough, Mass. Corey Stratton, the trainer. Jordan Stratton doing the driving for Once in My Life, 18-1 here this evening. Last time out of fourth in the key, but wasn't too far back from a very tough post. This is his 9th win in 20 this year. His last one coming at Plainridge, 3 starts previous. He has 23 lifetime wins. His career earnings now over $699,000. But he matches a lifetime mark here tonight of 148-4 with the upset win in the Always Be Mickey, number 1, For Once in My Life. Result of race 14, official rundown. Number 1, For Once in My Life, the race winner. 2, Surreal Ideal, finished second. 3, Gorgeous Big Guy was fifth. Number 4, Dandy Ideal, finished third. 5, Coach's Corner was fourth. Number 6, Captain Moore was seventh. 7, Captain Albano finished sixth. And 8, Ken Hanover was eighth. From the top down, 1, 2, 5, 3, 4, 7, 6, 8. Race winner 1, For Once in My Life, in a winning time of 1:48 4/5. And Jessica Otten in the Hanover Shoe Farms winner's circle, and I think she's going to get Jordan Stratton, the winning driver, to talk about the victory aboard For Once in My Life.
For Once in My Life upsets here in the Always Be Mickey Invitational Free-for-All Pace. I have winning driver Jordan Stratton. First and foremost, Jordan, this guy's been putting up some really solid efforts. He was sitting on a big effort today, and he got his win.
Yeah, he's been knocking on the door the last couple of weeks. He just missed at the Meadowlands his last start there, and he got a good trip tonight, and he was really, really good.
It's a good group of older horses like it is year in and year out. Talk me through the trip here, because it almost looks like he was trying to steal it on the front end. You had enough pace to get up to the inside. You had a horse to your inside that was giving you a run for your money.
Yeah, kudos to that horse, because my horse was very fast off a helmet, and he was getting by me. But the wire came at the right time. And anything to say, Jackson? No further comment.
Well, another real quick question about him, because he's now 6 years old, and it feels like he's been well-traveled across North America, but he seems to be pretty versatile. But sitting behind him, what do you think his biggest attribute is?
He's been a good horse his whole life. He got really sharp at the Meadowlands there a couple winters ago, and they finally gave him a chance against the tougher horses on the Grand Circuit, and I'm glad he finally got a win. And I thanks to my brother and his wife Vicky. They do a great job, and he can't be here today, but Jackson's here, so everything's good.
I was just going to ask you, how fun is it to do with your brother and Vicky?
Yeah, I'm really big family guy, and it's a little extra spot in my heart.
Nice job.
All right, all the best.
Jordan Stratton, Corey Stratton, they're going to team up for Once in My Life, and that Always Be Mickey Invitational.
So we end it with an upset here today, and thanks, Jessica Otten, for all your help here this afternoon with the interviews and the handicapping. Thanks to Mike Bozich as well. We end with an upset here today for Once in My Life, getting the victory in 148-4 in the Always Be Mickey at 18-1. That'll do it for tonight's live action here at Pocono. It's been a wonderful, very exciting Sun Stakes Saturday. Really one to remember. Don't forget, we're back here on Monday afternoon. First post time is at 1 Eastern time, and there are 14 races on the Monday afternoon program. Until then, my name is Jim Baviglia saying goodnight from Pocono. Have a good one, everybody. For Once in My Life, joins him in the chase on the inside, slight edge, Dandy Ideal. Away third there is Surreal Ideal. He's followed by Gorgeous Big Guy. Settled fifth there is Captain Moore, followed by Captain Albano and the trailer Ken Hanover. So early on, Dandy Ideal in charge of this field. They whip around the turn to the quarter-mile marker, getting there in 26-4. Bounding onto the front stretch now is Dandy Ideal. He's the 1-5 favorite with Tyler Buter in the bike. Pocket belongs to For Once in My Life with Stratton. Nobody to the outside at the moment. Third is Surreal Ideal, followed there by Coach's Corner. As they move towards the turn, Gorgeous Big Guy is fifth. He's followed by Captain Moore. Captain Albano is seventh. Ken Hanover is the trailer, and nobody venturing to the outside to challenge Dandy Ideal, who reaches the half in 55-2, 28-3. Second panel, Highway Robbery, the front stretch there for Dandy Ideal. See if he benefits. He's up by a length. It's still in the pocket there for Once in My Life. The brush now coming on the outside from Coach's Corner. He's about 2 away and coming up for Bartlett. Still on the inside looking for room. Surreal Ideal second over is Captain Moore. He's about 4 back in fifth. Then back on the inside is Gorgeous Big Guy. Captain Albano seventh, and Ken Hanover last. 3/4, 122-2, 27 even third panel. Dandy Ideal still seems very much under wraps, as up on the outside, Coach's Corner trying to take it away. Surreal Ideal in the pocket. Second over comes Captain Moore. Top of the stretch, Dandy Ideal looks to salt it away. Room on the inside for Once in My Life. Coming up on Dandy Ideal for Once in My Life, and nose away. Dandy Ideal trying to fight him off for Once in My Life, and now late at the pylons getting up there for the photo.